Order, order. We start with questions. Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, Dame Chiamwara.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The price cap increase announced last week as a result of the war in Iran was deeply concerning news for families in my honourable friend's constituency. Tackling the cost of living crisis is the government's top priority, which is why we have taken action to take £150 of costs off bills in the coming years, expanded the warm home discount, and why we're accelerating the warm homes plan. We will do everything we can to help protect her constituents in the face of this fossil fuel price spike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the local elections, Reform told my constituents worried about rising fuel bills that drilling for new wells in the North Sea would bring down energy prices. Would the Secretary of State explain, if we permitted drilling new wells tomorrow, how long would it take for the oil to flow? Who would benefit most from that oil? And how that would bring down prices at the pumps in Newcastle or energy bills? And if, as I suspect, it is mainly big oil companies that would benefit the most, is he surprised that 70% of Reform's funding comes from fuel investors?
My honourable friend makes a very important point, and she does so in her articulate way. The truth is that the big choice that we face in this House is, do we think the way out of a fossil fuel crisis is to double down on fossil fuels in a way which will make no difference to bills and prices, or is the answer to drive further and faster for clean energy, as this government is doing? We've made our choice.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I pay tribute to the member for championing deep geothermal. This government recognises the potential that deep geothermal represents, particularly as a source for heat networks. Our priority is building out the heat network infrastructure, which can then connect to any heat source. The Green Heat Network Fund and the Contracts for Difference offer opportunities for geothermal projects to demonstrate potential as de-risk for both heat and power.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deep geothermal has great potential in this country, left behind communities, and it's a first-class transition industry for our oil and gas workforce. I welcome the comments of the Minister, and I also welcome the very positive engagement we've had with the Minister in the other place, who I know is a huge champion of deep geothermal. But the message from industry is it isn't enough, and the funds that the Minister mentions are not doing the job. I think a deep geothermal strategy, giving the government vote of confidence in deep geothermal, would go a long way and wouldn't necessarily cost very much money. And industry tell us that in itself would drive growth. Can the government consider putting forward a strategy for deep geothermal?
Minister.
Thank you. And I thank him once again for championing this. I know he's been calling on it, and I welcome the engagement. It was very exciting to see the first project being opened in February, the Deep Geothermal Project, as a result of the Contracts for Difference. And there is more projects coming online as a result of that. We are prioritising the heat network, but I'm very much welcome more conversation with you on this to make sure that we are making all those right choices.
Ramdan.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. In West Fife, we have a huge potential for geothermal. In particular, the Comrie Colgary development, which is a former mining site, is now being regenerated to create leisure facilities, housing and other mixed-use development. They've been exploring the possibility of using deep geothermal from the former mine. Can I ask the Minister to meet with me to discuss this in more detail and perhaps come and visit the site herself to see the huge potential that it has?
Minister.
Thank you, and I very much welcome, again, the First John. I think the opportunity to come and visit sounds fabulous, and I look forward to it.
Steve Witherden.
Number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Clean energy is a huge economic opportunity for every corner of the country. Our Clean Energy Jobs Plan highlighted 860,000 high-quality jobs across the whole of our nation by 2030. Jobs that young people won't need to leave their hometown for.
Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we face the second fossil fuel shock in half a decade, it is right that the government is scaling up clean, homegrown renewable energy through the Energy Independence Bill. However, clean energy jobs are not yet being created at the pace required to replace losses in oil and gas. How will the government guarantee secure, well-paid jobs with strong trade union rights throughout the green transition?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is right to point out the vulnerability to oil price shocks, particularly as Wales has been identified as one of those areas particularly vulnerable. And I know, like me, he's paid very close attention to the report by the former member for Darlington, Alan Milburn, and the need to provide opportunities for young people. In fact, I believe he's invited Alan Milburn to his APPG later this week. And in fact, the clean energy industry is one of those industries that will provide those good quality jobs. And in the department, we're using grants and procurement to ensure that we have that strong trade union engagement.
Kirsty Blackman.
The member for Montgomery Shire and Glendower is right. Those jobs are not there yet. And we risk losing the incredible amounts of talent that we currently have in the energy industry as my constituents move abroad in order to find jobs. As a constituency that's historically had some of the highest number of patents in the UK, we've got those innovators there that we need for the energy transition. How is the Minister and the Government going to ensure that this gap is filled and that people are able to find jobs in order to be able to power that transition rather than leaving us because there's no jobs just now?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Honourable Lady raises a very important point about managing the transition, and that's certainly what this government is doing. I just want to challenge the point about the number of jobs being created by the number of jobs being lost, because I know that the opposition are always keen to quote the research from Robert Gordon University, but it does point to more jobs being created than lost. And actually, the recent report from the CBI now says there are 1.1 million jobs in our economy dependent on net zero, but clearly we do need the transition. It won't happen on its own, and that's why through our North Sea transition funding and the opportunities through our clean energy technical colleges as well, we're providing that opportunity for people.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, 25% of the manufacturing output of the East Midlands is in the food and drink sector. That sector feels left behind in the clean energy transition without the support from government from programmes like BICS. What support can the Minister give to the food and drink sector to make sure it continues to prosper in the East Midlands and continues to create jobs in constituencies like mine?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I do recognise the importance of the food and drink sector, and indeed the government does. My honourable friend is right to point out that that sector isn't included in the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme, but of course our boiler upgrade scheme does apply to those industries. And one thing that I'm doing is looking at the role of third-party intermediaries. The Department intends to provide a regulatory role for Ofgem, and subject to parliamentary time, we should be bringing forward measures on that will benefit the food and drink industry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, this government is not supporting workers in the oil and gas sector. They're supporting workers in Norway's oil and gas sector, in Qatar's, in America's, even now Russia's, but not in North East Scotland or Aberdeen. The recent energy transition survey from the Aberdeen and Grampian Chambers of Commerce showed that 37% of respondents had seen staff or colleagues move abroad. What is it going to take for this government to see the damage they are doing and end their ban on new licences, end the EPL, permit Rosebank and Jackdaw and get Britain drilling again?
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I have to say that caring for the transition for our oil and gas workers is not something on which the opposition have a monopoly, because actually it's only the government that's taken any action. So the previous party, when in government, oversaw a decline in the North Sea and did nothing to support a transition. What this government is doing is supporting the transition in the North Sea. And of course, through our policy on tiebacks, we're ensuring that we can make the best use of the resources that we have available, but by continuing to invest in the cheapest form of energy that we have and ensuring that the supply chains are here and that the skills remain here as well, then we will create those opportunities for people to work in those areas in the UK.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The truth is, Mr Speaker, there is no just transition. Everybody can see that except for the front bench over there. I spoke to a woman in Aberdeen just yesterday, born and raised in that city, raising her family. She had worked in oil and gas and was actually proud to be playing her part in developing the energy technologies of the future. And Mr Speaker, she was a lifelong Labour voter. No longer, because she's now been made redundant, and like so many others in that city, because of this government, is now looking overseas. So what does the Minister have to say to Aberdonians like her?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Look, clearly at a personal level, what I want to say to her is that I fully understand the position that she's in, having lived through such transitions myself. But the difference is with this government is that we are taking care to ensure the communities are supported. 1.1 billion jobs now in net zero, £105 billion of GVA, £90 billion invested since this government came to power in clean energy industries. We are building the British industry of the future. We're attracting the investment to do that. We're creating the jobs of the future, whilst that party sat and oversaw a decline.
Mr Speaker, we've been over this before. BP, Hunting, Harbour, Chevron, Wellsafe, Petrofac, Ithaca Energy, and just this morning, Exodus Group, all laying people off. And Exodus specifically blaming the slowdown in the rollout of renewables due to the decline in oil and gas in the North Sea. The former Health Secretary, Tony Blair, academics, Renewables Scotland, the chair of GB Energy, and apparently quite a number of the Cabinet agree with us on this side of the House and the public that we must keep drilling in the North Sea while we have a demand and while it's there. So when will they overturn? Listen to everyone else, end this ideological obsession and get Britain drilling.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think we found something on which we can agree, which is that we need to invest in renewables further and faster. I look forward to the opposition front bench supporting our Clean Power 2030 plan.
Vicky Slade.
Question 4, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, with that newfound consensus on the Clean Power mission, I'm happy to report to the House that we are making good progress towards our targets. We delivered the most successful renewable auction in history through AR7, securing enough homegrown power for 11 million homes, as well as delivering a record-breaking 269,000 solar installations last year, the majority of which were on rooftop sites. By moving further and faster towards electrification, we're reducing our dependency on global fossil fuel markets and delivering energy security here at home.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last month, alongside other Dorset MPs, I met with the Crown Estates to discuss the Dorset Clean Energy Supercluster. While I welcome their recognition of the area as a medium-term opportunity, it's concerning that development is likely to be at least a decade away, despite Dorset's significant potential for a range of green energy initiatives. Given that net zero industries are already delivering higher wages than average and 50% greater productivity than UK average, does the Minister agree it's both an environmental and an economic missed opportunity to delay Dorset's potential for so long? And will he commit to reviewing this personally and consider appointing a ministerial advocate for the South West in energy security?
Minister.
Well, she's right to champion her local community, and I've met with those involved in the Dorset Supercluster before, and I'm happy to do so again, because we do see huge potential for the clean energy transition right across the country. But as she rightly says, it's also about how we create good, well-paid jobs in every community as well. So I'm very happy to meet with her to discuss it further.
Mr Speaker, progress, not when it comes to Scotland's jet fuel supply, because yesterday there were fuel shortages at Scottish airports, meaning lengthy delays. Now, the front bench will say it was because of a tanker driver shortage, a logistics issue, and they'd be absolutely right to do so. However, the fact is that 2,822 supply chain jobs were lost because of the Grangemouth oil refinery closure, leading to transport problems like the one we saw yesterday. I am saying that jet fuel shortages will happen again. What are the government going to do to stop that happening?
Minister.
Well, it's a basic fact, Mr Speaker, to say that the very short-term disruption at both Glasgow and Edinburgh Airport was caused by driver disruption. That has now been resolved and flights are carrying on as normal. There isn't an issue with jet fuel in the UK at all, so that's just a fact, and I'm happy to put that onto the record. He is right to say that the failure of both the previous Conservative government and the SNP government to plan for what was well known as the closure for Grangemouth has meant that we lost the opportunity to build on the industries that were there. However, we have committed £200 million so that there is an industrial future at Grangemouth. We've announced the first projects from that, and there's many more to come.
Coutinho, Shadow Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, I have a very simple question. Everybody in this House knows we'll need gas for decades to come. So for once, can the Minister give a straight answer? Which is better for the environment? Going to a country 1,000 miles away, freezing the gas, fracking the gas, freezing the gas, shipping it, reheating it, or just piping it in straight from the North Sea?
Minister.
Well, the very simple answer is we're already continuing to use the North Sea. No one is switching off what we're producing in the North Sea, but the amount that we're able to extract from the North Sea has been in long-term decline. And she knows that because she was previously the Secretary of State who talked a lot about the need for a transition in the North Sea. So she recognised then that the North Sea has been in decline. And we've been a net importer for more than 20 years. So this isn't a short-term position, it's been a long-term position. The answer to it, and the Shadow Minister gave the game away a few minutes ago, the answer to this is how we build the industries that come in the future alongside retaining oil and gas for many decades to come.
Everard, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK is home to fantastic and innovative clean technology startups in the energy space. However, these businesses tell me that funding for startup and, importantly, the phase-up scales in this space is falling off a cliff. The Net Zero Innovation Portfolio that awarded more than £1.3 billion in grants and crowded in £3 for every £1 in public spend was abolished at the last spending review, and the Clean Tech Innovation Challenge has yet to get off the ground. So will the Minister explain what his department is doing to support clean tech startups in this space?
Minister.
Well, he's right to highlight the enormous potential we've got from this, and particularly in the UK. For a very long time, we haven't been good at growing what has been good innovation and spin-outs coming out of our university and innovation space. So we need to both nurture those, but also build on them and invest in them in the future. And that's why we are investing in that early stage development, but also why things like Great British Energy is interested in what the next set of innovations are and how we can back that, and crucially, how we can keep both the intellectual property here in the UK, but also build the supply chains and the industry that goes along with it. It's a huge opportunity for us, and today's report from the CBI outlines just how crucial it is to the overall British economy that we continue to grow and nurture the exact industries that he talks about.
Sarah Coombs.
Number 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend for her leadership in West Bromwich, in this place and internationally. This government has consulted on our manifesto commitment to introduce transition plans, requirements for UK-regulated financial institutions and for large companies, and my department will publish our response to that consultation shortly.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Britain has been overly reliant on oil and gas for decades, and fossil fuel companies have profited hugely from this. I was very glad to see the CBI report today, which said the net zero economy is now worth over £100 billion to the UK. Given that electrification is essential to the UK's energy future, can I ask the Minister what role different types of energy companies who will eventually reap the profits of electricity use have in investing in infrastructure for this transition?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and I think electrification is absolutely key, and it's something where we can agree across all of this House and outside. I think, as you rightly say, we have secured since July 2024 £90 billion of investment within the UK within the clean energy sector, and it's fabulous to see today the CBI report saying that that sector is now supporting nearly 1 million jobs within the UK. That's real jobs, lives across the country.
Stuart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Skidby, Little Wheaton and Walkington are not opposed to the clean energy transition, yet 90% of them are opposing the clean air solar farm, 2,500 acres, swamping that area and in conjunction with other ones as well. So they are against multiple large-scale solar developments, industrialising productive farmland, grade 2 and 3A amongst it, undermining food security and permanently altering rural communities. Can the Minister give this House the undertaking that if the Secretary of State will stop chuntering, that he will look at this with an open mind and listen properly to the people of that area?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question around this, and I am glad to see about the agreement in terms of the direction of travel. We need to make sure we're involving local communities in decisions, but there are choices that need to be made. I've been honoured to work with one of his colleagues in the other place, talking to me as a farmer who was formerly in this place, saying about the value of solar projects for farmers, but we do need to make sure that we protect that land, and that's why my colleagues in the Department for the Environment introduced the land use plan, so we can have a strategic approach to that to make sure. But in all of our plans, it's less than 1% of land that will be used for solar, but very much keen to continue the conversation and glad the direction of travel we agree on.
Number 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to answer 6 and 12 together. The 2 renewables auctions under this government have secured power for the equivalent of 23 million homes, and we're embarked upon the biggest nuclear building programme for 50 years. But the war in Iran shows we need to go further and faster, so we'll open our next renewables auction next month and have recently signed contracts for a fleet of Rolls-Royce SMRs. Clean power is already reducing wholesale electricity prices by up to a quarter, and these steps will do more to protect families and businesses across our country.
Mr.
Speaker, I know that for my Slough constituents, the crisis in Iran and the naval blockade have had a profound impact on household budgets. But we've also been left vulnerable by previous Conservative-led governments, which for over a decade ran down our own energy system, leaving us on the fossil fuel roller coaster and susceptible to global fluctuation. So, Secretary of State, unlike the previous Tory predecessors, who actually failed to invest in and didn't provide for our constituents, what measures is the government taking to invest in cheap, clean, homegrown energy so that my Slough constituents and others across the country can be protected from these spikes in the cost of living?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right about this. And the central fact that we can't get away from, Mr. Speaker, is that we are price takers, not price makers, when it comes to oil and gas. That is the fundamental kind of contradiction at the heart of where the opposition is. Just to answer him about what we are going to do, we are going to drive further and faster on clean power, including electrification across the economy. It's already the case, indeed, that customers are being better protected as a result of the renewables we have on our system, but we've got to go further and faster.
Speaker, the US-Israel war has pushed up prices for my constituents and is yet more evidence that we need to be energy self-sufficient around clean power. So can I greatly welcome the £2.6 billion investment for Rolls-Royce for small modular reactors. Great news for my constituents, but also those in Derby and the wider region, and also to help with Britain's energy security. Can he say more about how GB Energy will invest in projects like this?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right about this, and I was very pleased to sign in the last few weeks contracts with Rolls-Royce on this. This is a massive innovation, not just for Britain, but for the world. We are world leaders when it comes to small modular reactors. And what's really important is not just, Mr. Speaker, the jobs in constructing these SMRs, but the jobs in the supply chain too. And I look forward to working with my honourable friend and indeed members across the House on making sure their constituents benefit from these good, well-paid jobs.
John Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To get the best out of intermittent energy producers like wind and solar, we need to invest in battery energy storage systems. However, these place new safety challenges. The National Fire Chiefs Council recently issued guidance, but understandably, this concentrates on firefighting techniques rather than design. The Minister has kindly met with me in the past. Would he agree to a further meeting to specifically address the unmet need in national construction standards?
Well, the honourable gentleman raises an important point, and I know that my honourable friend, the Energy Minister, has met him and indeed the National Fire Chiefs on this issue. We take safety of battery technology incredibly seriously, and I'm sure my honourable friend will be happy to meet him again for further discussions.
Government says that less than 1% of the countryside will be covered in solar farms. But if the 7,000-acre Great North Road scheme, which is now before the Secretary of State, the 2,000-acre Steeple scheme that is now before the Secretary of State, and the 4,000-acre One Earth scheme, which is shortly before the Secretary of State, all get approved, almost 10% of the landmass of my constituency, one of the most rural and largest in England, will be covered in solar farms. Good quality agricultural land in Nottinghamshire and Lincolnshire lost. How on earth is this fair to local communities?
For reasons he'll understand, I'm not going to comment on individual planning decisions. But what I do, because they have to go through the proper process. But what I do say to him is that solar is the cheapest, cleanest form of power that we have. Now, look, we can decide to bury our heads in the sand. We can decide to stay on the fossil fuel roller coaster. But the people who will pay for it are his constituents, because they're paying for it now in higher energy bills. This side is going to keep going with the drive for clean power.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 7, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I'll answer questions 7, 8 and 11 together. Mr. Speaker, we recognise the latest price cap announcement will be deeply concerning for households, many of whom were already struggling before the Iran crisis hit. That's why the government has already taken action. We've taken £150 of costs off energy bills, extended the warm home discount to nearly 6 million families and provided over £50 million of immediate support for vulnerable customers who use heating oil. And we will, of course, continue to monitor the situation closely ahead of winter and stand ready to take action.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. The energy price cap increase is estimated to cost each household an extra £18 every month. That is the price of a regular essential food shop at a discount supermarket. Now, I note the measures the Minister says the government is taking, but in addition, will the government urgently bring forward a social tariff for vulnerable low-income households?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The honourable member makes an important point, and obviously from the government's point of view, we do not want anyone to be making the choice between heating and eating, and that's why across government we are working on a data sprint to work out how we can use household income data to make sure that we are targeting support at the right people.
Adam. Thank you, Mr Speaker. The typical annual dual fuel bill is 40% higher today in real terms than it was in 2021, and after accounting for inflation, that is £511 more per household. The bad news doesn't stop there, with Ofgem announcing that this crisis is going to get worse with a 13% increase to the energy price cap. Now, my constituents of Leicester South were already suffering. Labour promised to fix that, but the cost of living is just getting worse. Now, when the Minister says the only way to protect our country is through clean, homegrown power, what is he therefore doing to decouple the bills from gas prices, and when will my constituents of Leicester South feel it?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. His constituents in Leicester will benefit from the decisions that we've already made. Those decisions take £150 off of energy costs, the decision to extend the Warm Home discount and the Warm Homes plan, £15 billion of support. But I would say to him that we are delinking, we are taking that action already. The Secretary of State made announcements on that last month, and I would point him towards Ofgem, who pointed out that while last week wholesale gas prices in the price cap went up by 24%, electricity went up by 5%. And as they said, and I quote, "This reflects the increase in the amount of renewable generation on the system and therefore reduced reliance on gas."
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 3,199 households in my constituency currently experience fuel poverty due to high energy costs, and costs linked to the government's clean energy agenda could mean household bills are set to rise by at least £100 in the next 4 years. How long will hard-working families in South West Hertfordshire have to pay the price for Labour's ideological dash away from domestic energy production until they have a credible plan to fill the gaps in their energy policy?
Mr Speaker, this is coming from a member of a party that learned no lessons from the last energy crisis. We will not make those same mistakes, which is why we are investing in clean power by 2030, which will drive down bills. And only today we've also seen the jobs benefit from the investment in clean energy, supporting 1.1 million jobs, 22,000 small businesses and £105 billion for our economy.
I welcome the government measures to support domestic consumers of kerosene heating oil. I'm told that those eligible, if they fill their tanks today, would be paying the equivalent of what they'll be paying in February 27. But in my Nihil constituency, we also have big commercial users of kerosene oil, distilleries, seaweed manufacturing, tourism industry and chemical plants as well. What measures is the government and the department taking to support commercial users of kerosene oil?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I pay tribute to my honourable friend for all the work that he's doing to advocate for his constituents in the Highland and Year, and I was pleased to visit him recently to see the impact that the increases in heating oil was having on his constituents. We are looking closely at the non-domestic heating oil market and will come forward with more proposals in due course.
Polly Billington.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I could congratulate my honourable friend and the team for reducing the cost of energy, including recent efforts to break the link between the volatile gas price and electricity prices. But, however, every witness we ask at the Energy Security Net Zero Select Committee how to decarbonise and reduce bills tell us make electricity cheaper. What further efforts will they make in reforming the energy market in order to achieve this?
Minister. Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend will know that we are taking action which the Secretary of State announced to further de-link the cost of electricity from gas, and as Ofgem said last week in the price cap, that we are already seeing the effects of that, and that because of the additional renewable generation on the system, we are seeing the effects of it. Every turbine we build, every solar panel that we deploy and every reactor that we bring online is ultimately going to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and bring down the cost of electricity.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A good way of reducing bills is actually to reduce consumption. About 12 years ago in Germany, they introduced subsidised mortgages to help to affect the cost of installation of triple glazing in houses in Germany. In conservation areas, however, in this country, such as in my constituency, they are prevented from even introducing or installing secondary glazing, so cannot reduce their bills, even though they would desperately like to. Can I just ask the Minister gently, could he meet with colleagues in HCLG to get this sorted?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd be more than happy to meet to discuss that. And the Warm Homes Plan, which is our £15 billion investment in home energy upgrades, the biggest in British history, will go a long way to achieving some of the ends that he describes. And I would also point up towards the work that we are doing jointly with the Green Finance Institute to bring forward low-cost consumer loans so that people across the country can benefit from clean technology.
Anna Spencer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 1 in 3 households in the constituency that I represent in Gorton and Denton are living in fuel poverty, and now they face even higher bills from the 1st of July. So does the Secretary of State agree that the Ofgem energy price cap should be frozen to provide universal support for households now and to give people certainty in the cold winter months ahead?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the Honourable Lady to our place. I look forward to working closely with her, as I have with other colleagues from her party on this brief. She will know that we have said we are looking at all contingencies in terms of the support that we may need to offer in the winter. But obviously that has to be paid for, and we need to make sure that we have proposals that do not make the same mistakes as the party opposite did when they wrote a blank cheque in the last crisis in order to provide support to people. So we will come forward with plans for support in the winter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Blackpool is home to something special and remarkable. We've got a pioneering eco-community hub at Palatine Library that offers free independent energy advice and is helping residents make sense of new technologies to reduce their bills. Since July 24 when it opened, they've visited 1,300 homes, offered 1,000 winter packs and saved over £111,000 of energy bills. I met the new trainee Green Doctor there, Luke Holloway, who's out going into homes to support residents. Will the Minister agree to meet with me to discuss this, to make sure we can keep this going for the long term and maybe rolling this out across the country?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I pay tribute to my honourable friend for the work that he's doing in his constituency on this, and I'd be happy to meet him to discuss it further. I've seen myself the benefit that green doctors, energy doctors have in constituencies across the country when I've visited programmes, and that local support is going to be central to the work that we are doing when we're setting up the Warm Home Agency, which will provide advice and guidance to people across the country.
Senator Minister Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Labour came to office with bold promises to cut energy bills. But in the real world, we've seen bills go up, up and up again. Now, in answer to the first question, the Secretary of State said he wanted to do all he could to cut energy bills. So here are some ideas where he actually could. He could scrap carbon taxes. He could remove VAT on energy for 3 years. He could scrap legacy renewable subsidies. That would save people £200. It's called the Conservatives' Cheap Energy Plan, and in the national interest, we don't mind if he steals it. Will he?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We can see the economic recklessness of the party opposite when the honourable member stands there at the front bench at that dispatch box making uncosted promises and claims. Bills before this crisis were going down and were going in the right direction, and no one would have anticipated the consequences of the war in Iran. But let's look at the balance sheet of the last 2 years. This government has made the biggest investment in warm homes in our history, record-breaking renewables delivering for 23 million homes. Today, £90 billion of clean energy investment, and every single wind turbine we deploy, every single nuclear reactor that's online reduces energy bills for consumers across the country.
Clive Jones.
Number 9, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With your permission, I'll answer questions 9 and 20 together. Supporting businesses with the cost of energy is a priority for the government. We've expanded support through the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme and increased discounts on electricity network charges. We stand ready to act if market conditions worsen due to the Middle East crisis.
Clive Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Sherlock McGill, based in my constituency of Wokingham, are world leaders in manufacturing door locking systems. They recently acquired a casting foundry to enable them to ensure that their manufacturing process proudly remains entirely in the UK.
The foundry, though, is struggling with ever-increasing energy costs. So what is the government going to do to support local businesses who are proud of contributing to the UK economy, yet seem to be suffering as a result of their determination to keep manufacturing in the UK?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the specific case of the company that he mentions, if they're operating a ferrous foundry, then that will be part of the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme. If it's a non-ferrous foundry, he may wish to share further details with me, because I've had representation on both copper and aluminium foundries, and I'm looking at those very carefully. And this may be a non-ferrous foundry, so perhaps he could share that with me. Thank you.
Sarah Green.
Mr. Speaker, not only are small businesses facing increasing energy bills, they're dealing with prohibitive costs when connecting to the grid when they want to expand. These are businesses wanting to grow, invest and create jobs, and we should be helping them. So can I ask the Minister what his department's doing to bring down the cost of grid connection and make sure that the price of accessing reliable power is never the reason a small business can't get off the ground or expand?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are concerned about the ability of businesses to connect to the grid, both to expand and to invest in new production facilities. Part of the work that we did on reordering the grid queue has helped with that. But my colleague, the Minister for Energy, has commissioned an Ofgem end-to-end review so that we can bear down on the cost of grid connections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From Denby Pottery to Royal Crown Derby, soaring energy costs are hitting our ceramics industry hard, putting more skilled jobs at risk. I welcome the recently announced ceramic support package, which will help bring costs down. But can the Minister confirm he will work with colleagues across government to ensure energy bill support reaches the ceramic manufacturers who need it the most?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd really like to thank my honourable friend and all of the other MPs from the Stoke and Staffordshire area for their work in championing the ceramics industry. And of course, to say first of all how sad it was to hear the news of Denby, as that company proceeds into administration, and government is providing support to the workforce. But I would also mention the point that he raised there, that with the chance of the Exchequer support, we're providing £120 million to enable ceramics companies to invest in lower carbon, so essentially electrical furnaces, so that they can decarbonise and reduce their operating costs. And I will, of course, be working very closely with ceramics MPs on the implementations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Minister for his answers so far. I've recently written to the Department for Business and Trade about the Lee Valley growers, who are fantastic fruit and veg growers, glasshouse growers in my constituency of Harlow. They are obviously a hugely energy-intensive business that are hugely important to food security and this country's security in more general terms. Can I ask what work he's doing across department with the Department for Business and Trade to ensure that no energy-intensive business like the Lee Valley growers are forgotten?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank him for his letter on the Lee Valley growers. And I have had discussions as a result of his prompting with ministers in the DEFRA department, not only about Lee Valley growers, but also about the horticulture sector more generally, and I will update him on that in response to his letter. And I thank him for saying that my answers so far were acceptable. Hopefully that one is too.
Tell Pinkerton.
Question number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cooperation with our EU counterparts is vitally important when it comes to energy security. I recently travelled to the Wind Europe conference in Madrid, where I joined other European ministers to discuss how recent global events have shown we have to work together to deliver on our energy security. We've held constructive discussions with the EU on the internal electricity market, and those continue.
Dr. Elping.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a time of intense geopolitical instability, British households remain particularly exposed to volatile global energy prices, and indeed Ofcom have announced a 13% rise in the energy price cap from July. Given that there are interconnectors with 6 European countries already, does the Minister agree with a coterie of esteemed energy economists that the single greatest thing that this government could do to strengthen our energy security, drive long-term investment in renewable energy and bring down bills is to recouple our electricity market with that of the European Union?
Minister.
Well, I do agree with him. This is an absolutely bizarre situation, Mr. Speaker, where we have chuntering from the front bench about the fact that we've got interconnections with Europe, which we have had for decades. They are important to our energy security. They were under both governments, and it is an absurd position. He is absolutely right to say that in a moment of geopolitical uncertainty, the closer links with Europe are important. Our interconnectors are both import and export every single day to the benefit of consumers in Britain. We do want to see much more efficient energy trading, and that is why we're working on those formal negotiations about the EU internal electricity market and why it's important for Britain.
Bradley Thomas.
Number 13, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK's current legislation under the 2015 Modern Slavery Act drives industry action via due diligence and transparency to tackle forced labour in supply chains for solar panels. All procurement conducted under both government and GBE contracts are required to meet those standards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Xinjiang Uyghur region of China is estimated to provide 45% of the world's solar-grade polysilicon. 68% of UK panels are estimated to come from China. Two-thirds of NHS trusts are dependent on Chinese solar. The government has said that GB Energy is committed to having a supply chain free from slave labour by spring 2025, but a Politico investigation has revealed that 5 out of 7 of the contracts that GB Energy has provided for schools can't guarantee that they're free from forced labour. The GB Solar Stewardship Initiative pledges to ensure there's no slave labour, but there's no guarantee of 100% elimination of this from the supply chain. What is the government going to do to reduce this from the supply chain and wean the UK off Chinese-made infrastructure?
Reduce the question next time will help, not Minister.
Well, look, firstly, can I agree with them, as I did during the passage of the GB Energy Bill, about how important it is as a country we tackle modern slavery right across supply chains and right across the economy, and it's right that we take action on this. So we are tackling forced labour where we find it in global supply chains, and we want to go further. GBE will be a leader in how we tackle this, and they've set up a function within to look at sustainable supply chains and to make sure they're free from that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 14, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for too long, heat networks have been left unregulated with consumers paying the price. That's why I'm pleased that we've now established Ofgem as the heat network sector regulator, delivering statutory redress, advice and advocacy to protect households. We aim to develop the regulatory framework further and recently concluded a consultation on mandating minimum technical standards.
Tracy Gilbert.
I thank my honourable friend for that answer. Can I also place on record my thanks to him for coming to meet my constituents from Saltire Street and Saltire Square and for listening to their long-running issues that they've been facing with their district heating networks. I welcome the regulation this government has brought forward. Can my honourable friend confirm that data on pricing will now be needed to be reported quarterly to Ofgem and that this will help increase transparency for my constituents and others?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very pleased to meet my honourable friends' constituents in Edinburgh and discuss the issues that they face with their heat network. The poor experience that they've had is an example of why we've introduced this regulation. I really commend her for the campaign that she's been running on their behalf. She's right that under the new regulatory framework, heat network suppliers will be required to submit pricing data quarterly to Ofgem, improving oversight.
Gregory Campbell. Oh, sorry, Jim Shelton.
He's home with the hair, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any. Can I first of all welcome the Minister's response to the Honourable Lady as well? Of course, the issue of regulation of heat networks isn't just an issue for the Honourable Lady's constituency of Edinburgh North and Leith, as the Minister well understands. So my request to the Minister will be, and I know he's one of the Ministers who will respond very positively, make sure that we in Northern Ireland are able to take advantage of the opportunity that the Honourable Lady has put forward in her question to the Minister, and a good answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman will know that I always take a keen interest in Northern Irish politics and actually spent this morning on an SI committee delivering the reduction in bills through the removal of the RO, which we've got through committee this morning. So I'm more than happy to discuss this further with him about how this might operate in Northern Ireland.
Question 15, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I pay tribute to my honourable friend for her leadership on this issue and her continued leadership and her previous leadership. The UK is a global leader on carbon pricing and nature recovery. We are committed to strengthening carbon markets to help us achieve our climate and nature goals. At London Climate Action Week, we will set out our work to centre integrity and to build scale in these markets through the Coalition to Grow Carbon Markets, and the consultation response will be published later this year.
I thank the Minister for that response, and I welcome the UK's leadership. Investors are concerned that the role of nature-based solutions within carbon market frameworks is not being fully recognised. So, as she says, with London Climate Action Week fast approaching, can she reassure investors that the government does see nature-based solutions as crucial to our collective efforts to tackle climate change, and that we will be pursuing this during upcoming Article 6 negotiations?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend once again, and can I assure her and investors that nature-based solutions are central to our response to this? London is the centre of carbon markets, and we want to protect that. We have been focusing on the Coalition to Grow Carbon Markets, which we will be working on at the London Climate Action Week, but I would love to work with her to make sure that we're giving that reassurance and that integrity and come forward with the necessary proposals.
So Desmond Swain.
Does she plan to allow clean community energy companies to sell power directly to households and businesses?
Minister.
I thank you. We are pursuing that through the local power plan, and we are intending for that to happen.
Go to Douglas Adam Dance.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today we set out the proposed level for the 7th carbon budget, as new research from CBI Economics shows over 1 million workers are now supported by the UK's net zero economy. This comes after 2025 set a new record for solar generation, and already in 2026 we've set a new record for offshore wind generation. We're taking these steps because they're the right choice for energy security, for investment in good jobs and growth, and for doing the right thing for future generations and preventing climate breakdown.
Adam Dance.
Mr Speaker, red diesel's costs have rocketed from 78p a litre on 26 February to around 98p a litre now. For Nick, who farms in South Peverton, price rises mean an extra £7,000 per week cost that he basically has to take on the chin. So can the Minister tell Yeovil farmers what steps he is taking to support them with the cost of red diesel?
Well, we take this issue incredibly seriously, including by talking to the CMA about making sure that the pricing of this is fair, and we continue to monitor this and look at what further action can be necessary.
You would say, Mike.
My constituents Gillian and Ross worked at NESO1P and started retraining in 2024 following the announcement of the Grangemouth refinery closing in 2023. However, they were recently denied support due to limits on the Grangemouth Workers Training Guarantee. Will the Government, alongside the Scottish Government, review the Grangemouth Workers Training Guarantee to extend support to workers like Gillian and Ross?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question and for all the work he's done in supporting the workers from Grangemouth. I wrote to him earlier this week on the particular case of his two constituents. The training fund was set up to provide that support. We'll continue to look at it, and I'm happy to meet with them to discuss it further.
State Clerk Coutinho.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to offer my condolences to the Secretary of State on the death of his mother. It's clear that she was a remarkable woman and clearly much loved by her family. Now, I have a yes or no question for the Secretary of State. Can he guarantee that not a single solar panel put on British primary schools by his government has been produced by Chinese slave labour? Yes or no?
So State.
Well, can I first thank her for her kind words about my mum? And if you'll allow me, Mr Speaker, I feel incredibly sad to have lost her, but very lucky to have had 56 years with an amazing mum who taught me values of kindness and warmth and love and justice. And I think it's a reminder, certainly to me, of what really matters most in our lives. But I really sincerely thank her for the message she sent me. Look, on the question about the use of forced labour, we take this incredibly seriously. We inherited a regime from the last government, which we applied in the early stages of what GB Energy was doing. But she will know that through the passage of the GB Energy bill, we strengthen the commitment of GB Energy. Francis O'Grady is now the champion of dealing with slave labour. So I can absolutely assure her we will do everything we can to prevent the use of forced labour.
Continue.
Well, Mr Speaker, there were words there, but there was no guarantee. So let me just remind the House that he's sold his entire agenda as selling moral leadership to the rest of the world. But there is no moral leadership in sending British children to schools powered by Chinese slaves. Now, on the 2nd of May, our electricity grid almost breached its frequency limit. that has the potential to cause nationwide blackouts. The Secretary of State's plans are making it harder and harder to balance the grid. There is no denying that. So can he confirm who is legally accountable if we have a blackout thanks to grid instability, and what repercussions would that person face?
So say.
I'm afraid she's indulging in the worst sort of scaremongering to justify her anti-clean energy agenda. And I have to say to her, it's incredibly sad what's happened to the Secretary of State. She used to believe in clean energy, and today a report comes out from CBI Economics showing 1 million jobs in net zero. And what does she do? She starts quibbling with the small print and saying it doesn't represent the views of CBI, when the CBI chief economist is actually advocating for it.
Daniel Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had concerns raised by a constituent that the biodiversity net gain commitments linked to the development consent order for the Riverside Energy Park in Belvedere, which was granted in April 2020 by the previous government, have yet to be delivered at 3 mitigation sites in my constituency at Barnhurst Open Space, Whitehall Lane in Slade Green and Bursted Woods. So could the Minister advise what action is available if a developer does not fulfil their biodiversity net gain commitments in a timely manner?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for raising this incredibly important issue? We need to make sure that when we are pushing forward with our planning developments, they are done in line with communities and delivering on the commitments upheld. I would very much welcome to hear more about the cases he talks about. I will talk to my colleagues and with him to take it forward.
Embranello, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, the UK should be the world leader in greenhouse gas removal, but the sector is struggling to attract funding and off-takers because of uncertainty about government support for GGRs. So will the government please confirm when it plans to publish its response to the independent GGR review, and whether or not the department is considering the launch of a UK buyers club along the similar lines to the EU system?
Minister.
Well, he's right on the ambition, and that's why we commissioned the independent review by my noble friend Lord Whitehead, and we will respond to that review in due course. We are ambitious about the role that GGRs can play.
Graham McCarthy.
Can I thank the Minister for the £13.5 million for the Temple Quarter heat network in my constituency, where Bristol leads with City Leap, others can follow. So what is the government doing to support other places to follow our example and get an investment into decarbonising our city?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know my honourable friend's a big champion, not just for Bristol, but for climate action more generally. And Bristol is one of the trailblazing heat network cities, and the City Leap partnership there is a model for what other local authorities can consider. I'm pleased that we've announced nearly £35 million in this Parliament for further development of their heat networks.
Lord Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why does he think Tony Blair is so critical of his policies?
Well, look, Tony Blair has lots of interesting views, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually old enough to remember when Tony Blair was a great advocate of climate leadership in this country. But look, fundamentally, what I believe and what this government believes is that unless we get off the fossil fuel roller coaster, and I think all members of this House have to confront this, we will never get the energy security and lower bills that all of our constituents want.
Alex McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The River Severn holds incredible potential for tidal energy, with the Severn Estuary Commission finding it has the potential to generate up to 7% of the UK's electricity. Will my right honourable friend agree to meet with me to discuss how the government plans to take this forward and how we can ensure some of the resulting good quality green jobs come to Gloucester?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're grateful for the Severn Estuary Commission's work, and we recognise the potential benefits that tidal range can bring to our energy system. For now, the government remains open to considering well-developed proposals for harnessing the tidal range energy in the bays and estuaries around our coastlines, but I'm very happy to meet with him to discuss it further.
Ian Khan. Not here. Sir Julian Smith, who is here.
Small businesses across Yorkshire are really struggling with energy costs. We've talked before about the local power plan and the ability for communities to sell that to small businesses. The question just came up. This has to happen. We have to do everything we can to lower the cost for rural small businesses. Will he make sure that that happens?
Minister.
He's absolutely right. This is a crucial aspect of the local power plan. We need to support communities to develop the projects, but then create a market where they can sell that electricity locally. We're working with Ofgem and with partners to make sure that can happen, and we'll say more in due course.
Tom Hayes.
3 gigawatts of offshore wind secured at the start of this year, with allocation round 7 being in place last year. We would have seen gas generation cut by a third, and we would have seen wholesale prices down by 13%. It's clear that we have to double down on the clean energy revolution. We can't be distracted by yet more fossil fuel work. So will the Secretary of State outline how we're going to push forward that clean energy transition, particularly with offshore wind?
My honourable friend makes a really important point, and if I can actually praise the last government, Mr Speaker, some of what they did on renewables actually has helped reduce the wholesale costs that we face. The problem is they've now abandoned that position. My honourable friend is absolutely right. The only answer to the crisis we face is to go further and faster on getting off fossil fuels onto clean power.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Northern Ireland is home to some innovative carbon capture businesses with real export potential. But many of those UK clean technologies face a gap between successful pilot innovation and that first commercial deployment. Can I ask the Government what steps are they taking to ensure that these high-value opportunities can be scaled, thereby supporting jobs, investment and growth? And would the Secretary of State accept an invitation to visit Newada?
Minister.
Well, he's right to highlight this. We have provided funding to support the development of carbon capture projects in Northern Ireland, such as Catigans biohydrogen reactor in Belfast. We welcome engagement on further CCUS projects. It is a really important part of deindustrialisation, and I'm happy to engage in it further.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Secretary of State just praised the previous government's role in rolling out renewables, but what they didn't do is seek to coordinate energy projects, particularly nationally significant infrastructure projects. And in Suffolk Coastal, it's a huge issue. It's one that I've raised at length and continually with the Minister. Will the Secretary of State meet with me to talk about what we could do to seek better coordination, including an energy levy to enforce coordination?
My honourable friend raises an important point, and the Strategic Spatial Energy Plan is absolutely precisely, which will be coming out later this year, is absolutely designed to make sure that we have the kind of coordination that she's after, and I'm very happy to meet with her and talk about it.
But a message actually.
Speaker, by now the Secretary of State will be well aware of my opposition to the 1,900-acre East Park Energy solar farm in my constituency. We're now at the business end of the planning process, with it sat before the Planning Inspectorate ahead of a decision by the Secretary of State later this year. Would he be able to outline to me roughly when he expects to have to take a decision on the planning application? And also, ahead of that, would he meet with myself and the member for North Bedfordshire to discuss our concerns around it not being the right solution for our local area and our constituents?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, but because it's a live planning application under independent examination, it's not possible for me to comment further. I'd obviously encourage him and his constituents to register with the Planning Inspectorate if they haven't already, so they can share their views.
Jen Kirk.
I welcome the CFD for geothermal, and in fact the Secretary of State has been down to see deep geothermal in Cornwall. A policy indication from the government that deep geothermal could form part of our energy mix will be really useful for confidence in the industry so it can grow.
I thank my honourable friend for her continued championing of this. It was very exciting to see the opening of the first projects in February. We are focusing on the local heat networks, but we will continue to engage, and we're glad to see that the CFD projects are coming to fruition.
Richard Tash.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Once again, the front bench has inadvertently misled the House when they say there's a single price internationally for gas. Gas in the US is 80% cheaper than it is here in the UK. So, Mr Speaker, when will the Secretary of State grant oil and gas licences in Jackdaw, Rosebank and other fields in the North Sea to increase supply to bring down the bills?
Mr Speaker, however many times I tell him, he doesn't seem to get it. We are price takers, not price makers. Even the party opposite, who want to drill every last drop, don't claim it will reduce bills. The truth is, he said he would wage war. If he calms down for a minute, he said he would wage war on clean energy. That is waging war on jobs across our country and energy security.
Mr Speaker, today, X-Energy and Centrica's proposals for advanced modular reactors at Hartlepool reached another major milestone with the submission of an application for a generic design assessment. Given the importance of retaining Hartlepool's world-class nuclear workforce and ensuring there's no cliff edge when the existing power station approaches the end of its operational life, can the Minister reassure me that every effort will be made to maintain the outstanding momentum to build this project and accelerate progress wherever possible?
Well, I thank him for his question. I'm incredibly excited about the project of X-Energy and Centrica, and I've met with them both to talk about it. This is part of this government overseeing the biggest nuclear building programme in half a century, and that is absolutely part of the Clean Power mission.
Andrew Stone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for not approving the Morgan and Morecambe wind farm cabling corridor and deferring the decision for 6 months for further consultation? I know how much he wants to achieve his target, so how difficult he would have taken that decision. Myself and cross-party local councils have written to him to articulate the alternative routes that are available. So could I ask him to use these 6 months to consider those alternative routes?
Well, look, as I've said before from the dispatch box, for obvious reasons, applications that are live, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on. We obviously look at every single application on its merits, and even though we have ambitions in place for where we want to get to, individual planning applications are considered on the individual merits that they're presented on.
Speaker. Peak Cluster in the Hope Valley is a cement decarbonisation project looking to prevent 3 million tonnes of CO2 from entering the atmosphere every year. Will the Minister commit to establishing a clear route to market for industrial carbon capture projects beyond Track 1 and Track 2 clusters, which would offer projects like Peak Cluster greater certainty?
Minister.
Well, we do see carbon capture as a hugely important part of how we decarbonise, and we have supported clusters already. We are looking at what a future model could look like, but equally we do need to see other projects coming forward on commercial terms to make sure that they are viable. But I continue to meet with all the clusters, and I chair the CCUS task force to make sure we're doing as much as we can.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday I met with representatives from a number of well-established hospitality businesses in my Big and Immingham constituency. One of them is facing an energy cost increase of £70,000 this year. Clearly that is unsustainable. Can ministers outline what they're doing to prevent unchecked energy increases going year on year?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned in answer to an earlier question, we are concerned about the role of third-party intermediaries and the proper functioning of the market. And subject to finding parliamentary time, we intend to bring forward the opportunity for Ofgem to act as a regulator there. But clearly it identifies, or he identifies in his question, why it's so important that we return to energy stability in the UK through our own homegrown clean energy.
Samuel Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an earlier answer, the Minister outlined the amount of money being spent on carbon capture. Has he considered the impact of his net zero policies on carbon release? Last week I visited a site in the Spirins where to build a wind farm, 250,000 metric tonnes of peat are to be stripped from the hillside in order to put in the infrastructure. And that's similar in peatlands all over England. What impact has the Minister made of that, and will he consider?
Come on, you don't play the game at all. Minister.
Well, look, he and I go back a long way, so I thought I would answer this. It is important. It is important that you look at the whole life and the whole context of carbon emissions in projects. I do say to him, though, if he shares our desire to reduce carbon emissions, renewable energy and nuclear energy is the right way forward.
Gordon.
Last September I met with the Minister for Energy Consumers about people who'd been adversely impacted by spray foam insulation that had been incorrectly installed. What steps has the Minister and the Department taken to help give consideration to remediation and support for those affected?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're considering a range of options around remediation, not just in a number of schemes that the Department is responsible for, mostly schemes that were operated by the previous government, and will come forward with proposals soon.
Final question, Swallow Broughton.
For my condolences to the Secretary of State as well. He will be familiar with the Russian-backed Aquind application for a submarine interconnector that will cut through Portsmouth Naval Dockyard, affecting my constituency to France. The Ministry of Defence has raised national security concerns. We've been waiting for over a year for a decision on the application from the Secretary of State. When will he issue one?
Well, first of all, can I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her kind words about my mum. She will know that, unfortunately, I can't comment on the progress of planning applications, but I will definitely pass on her comments to my department.
Right, we'll let the front bench change over. Come to the urgent question. Helen Waitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State to make a statement on the publication of the Milburn report into young people and work.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Alan Milburn produced a powerful report on the crisis of opportunity facing young people. The Secretary of State asked him to lead this work because it is a crisis that has been ignored for far too long, where far too many young people are leaving education and not getting the chance to work. The human and financial impact on individuals can last a lifetime, and the economic costs are significant. What's clear is that this is not a feature of the last year or two, but a deep-seated and long-term issue. But unlike the party opposite, Mr. Speaker, we will not stand back and abandon young people in the face of this crisis. During their last few years in power, the number of young people not in education, employment or training rose by 250,000, a shameful legacy. Rather than holding young people in contempt, we believe in them, and we are making opportunity for young people a national cause. We have begun with the Youth Guarantee, more work experience, workplace training and apprenticeships, hiring bonuses for employers who take on young people in regular or apprenticeship roles, and subsidised employment for young people who remain out of work for 18 months. In total, Mr. Speaker, 500,000 opportunities for young people to work, train or undertake apprenticeships. We've undertaken welfare reform to remove barriers in the benefits system that trap young people. We have changed the law so claimants on sickness and disability benefits have the right to try work without the fear of automatically triggering a benefit reassessment. We've narrowed the gap between the health element and standard allowance, a perverse incentive of the last government's making, and we're investing in genuinely personalised employment support. Mr. Speaker, we have made a good start, but last week's interim report is a call to action. That is why this government is putting work and opportunity at the heart of everything we do, and we will go even further as Alan Milburn's work on his final report and recommendations come forward.
Helen Waitley, Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to you for granting this urgent question. It's a shame the Minister had to be dragged here. The Secretary of State was only too eager to talk about this last week on the telly. But where is he today? Why so quiet now? I think we all know, because the Secretary of State has been caught out telling the devastating truth about Labour MPs. Who can we tax in order to pay benefits to others? That's what Labour MPs really think. That is what this government has done: put up people's taxes, spent more on benefits and left hard-working people with less to live off. And once again, their shenanigans are getting in the way of something we really should be talking about. Every morning, 1 million young people wake up in Britain with nothing to do and nowhere to go. This is a disaster for our country, our economy, and worst of all, for all those young people, Labour's lost generation. The Minister said this started under us. Yes, the numbers did start going up from the pandemic, so this wasn't a surprise for them. Yet here we are, after almost 2 years of them in office, and Labour still has no plan. All they have done is make the situation worse and, of course, commission this big report. I welcome Alan Milburn's contribution. It is a serious analysis. But Milburn himself says this: it's just a diagnosis. There are no solutions here, no actual answers or policies. In fact, he even tells us the things the government has been doing, their piecemeal programmes, are not going to work. Yes. He also says after 6 months of inactivity, young people are far less likely to ever work. This is urgent, but where is their urgency? Yes. This is not the first time Labour have let down young people. NEETs soared to 17% after Labour's last stint in government. Conservatives turn that around to less than 10% in 2019. Of course, COVID undermined that progress, but the Labour government has turned a post-pandemic problem into a crisis, taxing jobs, tying up businesses in red tape, making it riskier and more expensive to hire a young person, destroying hundreds of thousands of jobs. in retail and hospitality. Like many young people, one of my first jobs was working in a local pub, but they've put the plug on that opportunity for this generation. Whenever we do get to hear their plans, I think we know what they will be: spending more money and taxing people more to pay for that. The wrong answer. The answer is jobs, back businesses, cut taxes, get rid of red tape, get government out of the way and reform welfare.
Order. It's 2 minutes. We've got to... Yes, it is 2 minutes. It's always been 2 minutes. I've not changed the rules. When I grant it, please stick to within the rules. It helps me because we said we're going to start off trying to adhere to it. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say that that was a predictable set of questions from the honourable lady, who has the audacity to label the NEETs of this country Labour's lost generation when it increased 250,000 the number of NEETs in their last few years in office. She tells us that there were no solutions in this report. Hardly a surprise for anybody paying attention, Mr. Speaker, given that this is an interim report with further recommendations to follow. She raises national insurance contributions. But what does Alan Milburn actually say in his report? Let me direct the House's attention to paragraph 268 of the report. Mr. Speaker, it says, and I quote, "The UK's NEET crisis is much more long-term and deep-seated than any decisions taken in the last few years." And at paragraph 266, on NICs specifically, again I quote, "It is worth remembering that those under 21 remain exempt from employer NICs, and as the review has already highlighted, the increase in youth inactivity long precedes any recent changes." She chirps, "I am in denial, Mr. Speaker. This is their record, their problem, and a mess that we will solve." But of course, Mr. Speaker, on that very point, there was no explanation or...
Please. This urgent question has been granted. I don't need the front bench to come in and then start thinking they can shout the minister down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because of course there was no explanation or apology from the honourable lady for the fact that it was her party that left almost 1 million young people not in education, employment or training. A predictable omission, but an unacceptable one nonetheless, because discussing the rise in NEETs in recent years without discussing the actions of the past Conservative government is rather like staging Hamlet without the Prince of Denmark. And on my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State's comments, and what he said has been the same ever since he was appointed. He has said that we have to change the question the system asks from what benefits are you entitled to how do we help you change your life. That is what matters, Mr. Speaker. That is exactly what this government is doing, fixing the broken welfare system we inherited from the party opposite, rebalancing universal credit, implementing right to try, tackling their backlog on access to work, and of course our £2.5 billion investment in the youth guarantee. That is the welfare reform this government is delivering, Mr. Speaker, with opportunity and work, especially for young people at its heart, and the guarantee of a safety net for those who need it.
Chair of the Select Committee, Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome Alan Milburn's report. The Select Committee ourselves are actually in the concluding stages of our own youth employment, education and training inquiry. What we do take account of is particularly the drivers for that, and my right honourable friend is absolutely right. As the UK Millennium Cohort study has showed, more than half of NEETs currently have experienced adverse and persistent child poverty and family adversity over the last 15 years, which has contributed to the current level of NEETs. And I really do think the Right Honourable Lady should recognise that and apologise. But is my Right Honourable friend as concerned as me that we mustn't forget that in addition to young people, there are also hundreds of thousands of disabled people who have had the lack of opportunity provided, who haven't had the profile that our young people are getting. And they also need to be considered within this, and particularly in relation to employment support for them and young people.
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend, not just for her question, but for the work that the Select Committee has done on their inquiry, and indeed I know that she had Alan Milburn along to the committee recently to speak to the work that he is doing. She is absolutely right to call for a focus on disabled people too, and the work that we are doing around the Connect to Work agenda does provide significant support to people. There is, of course, more that we can always do, but on this, as with those not in employment, education or training aged 16 to 84, we are determined to act. We have a programme to do so, and we take this extremely seriously.
Steve Darling, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Oldham East and Saddleworth, who always has something of value to bring to the chamber. With 1 million youngsters not in employment, education or training, this is something that has been brewing for many years, but sadly it has been exacerbated by the new Labour government. We've seen the sad decline of our high streets over the last 20 years, 250,000 jobs lost in retail in the last 5 years, and in the last, well, since the last budget, 100,000 jobs being lost in hospitality. The dual impact of national insurance job tax and also business rates has hit hard. Whitbread have cut 3,800 jobs across the United Kingdom, with the closure of 2 restaurants in my constituency, one in Torquay and one in Paignton. I'd like to welcome most of the findings of the Alan Milburn review for the Liberal Democrats. We welcome the sense of direction that this goes within. But I'd like to ask some key questions to the Minister. What plans do you have? What plans does the Minister have to bring forward some clear economic plans to grow jobs for young people, but also how can we grow our greater connections with European partners to grow our economy?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The honourable gentleman will have heard the Prime Minister's recent intent to work more closely with European colleagues in partnership because of the economic benefits that that can yield. He is right to recognise that this is a problem many years in the making, and can I welcome the broad support from the Liberal Democrat colleagues for the interim review, and I hope that that will be the same when the final review comes forward with recommendations. In terms of plans to bring forward jobs for young people, I would point him to recently announced interventions by the Secretary of State to provide £3,000 to small and medium-sized enterprises hiring apprenticeships, and £2,000 to any employer who hires a young person who has been on universal credit for more than 6 months. This will make a significant difference and is the right thing to do.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Too often young people are written off as lacking ambition when the reality is that they're lacking the opportunities of good work. More than 40% of young people not in education, employment or training said that finding fulfilling work was their top priority. Despite that, in my area, under the SNP-run Renfrewshire Council and SNP-run Holyrood Government, employability services are being cut 30%, failing too many of our young people. So can my honourable friend set out what steps the Government is taking to work with the Scottish Government to protect vital employability services, to ensure apprenticeship opportunities for young people in my area?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I thank my honourable friend for her question? She knows that I met with an employment support provider in her constituency recently, and I was grateful for her welcome too. She is absolutely right to say that young people do not lack ambition to find work. This is a failure of the state's making, not a failure of young people. And if she has specific concerns about cuts to employment support in her area, I would very much welcome a letter from her setting out those challenges, and I will raise those issues on her behalf.
Peter Pepford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the report highlights, the number of NEETs is set to rise to 1.25 million over the next 5 years unless something is done. The government need to listen to the wealth creators that create the jobs that so many of our young people need. Indeed, Alan Milburn's report says that 84% of young people really do want to get a job, to get educational training. But because the policies of his government, it's making that even harder. So, given that the government is looking for a reset moment, perhaps over the summer, could I ask the Minister to speak to his Cabinet colleagues to look again at the increase in national insurance, to look again at the increases in business rates, and to look again at repealing the most damaging aspects of the Employment Rights Act that is doing so much damage to the life prospects of our young people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman has elevated me to cabinet level, something that is at least premature, if unlikely to ever happen, I suspect. But may I just refer him to the report, because from the sound of it, he has not read Milburn's report. He says, and I quote, "The UK's NEET crisis is much more long-term and deep-seated than any decisions taken in the last few years," with particular reference to national insurance. He says, and I quote, "It is worth remembering that those under 21 remain exempt from employer NICs, and as the review has already highlighted, the increase in youth inactivity long precedes any recent changes to NICs."
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome the interim report and ask a question about work experience. When I was at school, this was typically organised by teachers and gave children a peek into worlds that otherwise would be unimaginable. But today, children in my Bristol constituency are being asked to find their own placements, which obviously disadvantages children from families that are less well connected. So I'd like to ask, will we be likely to see more organised work experience placements for school children as a result of this review?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? He is entirely right to highlight the value of work experiences, and in particular from children from disadvantaged backgrounds who perhaps do not have the connections that others benefit from. He will be pleased to know that the government is committed to reforming work experience to break down barriers to opportunity so that every pupil will have access to 2 weeks' worth of multiple, meaningful and varied workplace experiences throughout Key Stages 3 and 4, progressively increasing their work readiness as they move through secondary education.
John Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's youth guarantee scheme, and something similar operates in a number of European countries. However, under the proposals, it does not kick in for 18 months. If someone is unemployed for 18 months, the damage is already done. Will the government consider acting earlier?
Very good. I can understand the honourable gentleman's trepidation, but I fear he has not been made aware of the full range of activity that happens before the 18-month intervention kicks in. The addition of a reframed employment and skills review at 2 weeks, the maintenance of weekly appointments from weeks 3 to 12 with increased focus on personal support to address barriers to work. After 3 months, the Specialist Youth Guarantee Gateway kicks in, where young people are referred to one of 6 options, including swaps, training, work experience apprenticeships. At 6 months, the £3,000 Youth Jobs Grant for employers recruiting young people kicks in. This is one part of a range of holistic interventions, Mr. Speaker, which we consider will make a significant difference to the challenge we face.
Jim Backman.
Isn't the truth that governments just do not respect working class jobs like apprenticeships? You know, since the apprenticeship levy was brought in, the number of starts has dropped by 35% and the number of level 2 starts has dropped by 68%. And even those that did take place, only 16% of them were advertised in the 2 months that young people were finishing their exams, creating that gap that young people fall through. And so the Milburn Review is welcome and absolutely needed. I am appreciative of the government for starting this process. But can I ask 2 things? First of all, why can't we close that gap today and say that every public sector employer, whether it's the government itself, a council, the police service or the NHS, must advertise at the point that young people are leaving school? And secondly, that devolution has got to be part of this problem, because we cannot command and control from the centre when so much of this is about localised economies.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? I certainly agree with him about the power of devolution, something that he and I know only too well from our roles as leaders within the Greater Manchester Combined Authority. But what I hope that he will recognise is that this government is taking a very different approach on apprenticeships and technical education, and that is underpinned by the Prime Minister's revised target, not of 50% of young people going to university, but 2/3 of young people in either an apprenticeship or higher education.
Sir Oliver Darwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many young people take time to adapt to new jobs and simply haven't proved themselves after 6 months. But with the coming into force of the government's Employment Rights Act, they're going to increase reduce the period for dismissal without fault from 2 years to 6 months. Now, many employers have told me this will make them much less likely to employ young people because they fear they won't prove themselves in that time period, and indeed after 6 months to get rid of them unless they really prove themselves because they fear otherwise it will be so much harder. Now, this provision is not due to come into force at the beginning of next year. At this very late stage, can I urge the Minister to look at it again, because it will make a bad situation so much worse for young people.
I understand the point that the right honourable gentleman is making, but I have to say I have rather more faith in young people in the workforce than he seems to. It is the case that the Employment Rights Act is an important once-in-a-generation opportunity to level up rights in the workplace. This government remains committed to it.
Mr. Speaker, I very much welcome this report by Alan Milburn, and he highlights the need to work cross-sectorally to support young people. I wonder if the Minister could take away the thought that he could pilot, test and learn by doing a pilot in Hackney with Choices, which works with disabled people, and my local Mind, which have very good employment training schemes to help people into work. The success rate is phenomenally higher than DWP success rates, and we'd be very keen to work with the government on this.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for her question? She makes an important observation that for us to make successful change in this space, we need to work with a range of partners and providers. I am very happy to propose on the terms that she has, that Hackney be put forward to test some of the initiatives that we look to take forward in this space. It's not just working with charities, employment support providers that we need to look at in moving forward, but also working more holistically across government, with health, with education and other departments. We are determined to do that work.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Alan Milburn, in his excellent but devastating report, makes clear that young people most at risk of ending up out of education or employment are likely to go to a further education college, and he identifies that 32,000 of those FE places are currently unfunded. Now, just last year, Mr. Speaker, in her skills white paper, the Education Secretary promised, and I quote, increased real terms per pupil funding in the next academic year for 16 to 19 providers. Yet I know from talking to my local college that per head funding this year is only going up by 0.55%. That is a real terms cut and a broken promise. Coupled with the lag in funding of up to a year for new students, this is actually disincentivising colleges to take on these pupils. How does the Minister explain that?
I mean, what I would say to the honourable lady is that the 0.55% increase in 16 to 19 funding rates is only one aspect of 16 to 19 funding. In the academic year 2026 to 27, we will provide nearly £9 billion in 16 to 19 funding, and overall funding per student will rise by 1.66%, meeting the White Paper commitment by reflecting inflation at the time the spending review was settled.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This excellent report makes clear that exams can lead to early school disengagement, particularly for children who are neurodiverse. My constituent Danielle's son repeatedly failed his GCSEs, leaving him stressed and undermining his self-confidence. She felt his opportunities would be limited and doors would be closed for him. But thankfully, he was encouraged to take functional skills and has now secured a place at Leeds College of Building to learn bricklaying. So does the Minister agree that early information and awareness around alternative qualifications and pathways, such as functional skills, can help young people fulfil their potential?
I would just absolutely agree with my honourable friend, Mr. Speaker, and if she's any ideas of how we can extend knowledge and availability of such information, I'd be happy to hear them.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the Minister needs to understand that to create the jobs that we need to encourage the private sector to invest. And in my constituency, every single hospitality venue has halved the number of staff they employ. And when I've asked the question why, they question national insurance, obviously non-domestic rates, and also the new Employment Rights Act. The key here is that if national insurance is extended, the holiday, if you like, from age 21 to 24, that will enable people that leave school to get a job, and also those that leave university to get a job, and de-risk the point of employers taking on young people.
The honourable gentleman is correct to highlight that incentives are needed to encourage employers to hire young people. That is why my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, recently announced the incentives that I have already laid out around supporting young people who have been on universal credit for 6 months, incentivising employers in financial terms to hire them, and also in apprentices under the age of 25 earning less than £50,000, where there is also an incentive for small and medium-sized enterprises.
Joe White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've just had a group of Year 8 pupils visit me in Parliament, and many of their questions were about the increasing numbers of young people on benefits, AI sweeping away jobs, and new opportunities and training for young people. The Red Wall MPs recognise that issues surrounding youth unemployment is not new, but I'm hugely concerned that young people are now seeing this as their future. I very much welcome the government initiative to have a youth hub in Worksop, and I'm already working with partners on this. But does the Minister agree with me that it's working beyond the DWP and with other partners that we need to to resolve this problem?
I do agree, Mr. Speaker, and I hope my honourable friend heard what I said in response to my right honourable friend from Hackney earlier about the need to work holistically both across government and outside of government with partners in the charitable sector, with employment support companies, etc., to make sure that we have that range of interventions available so that young people do not do exactly what she outlines and see a career, a life, not in education, employment or training as their future. That we must stop.
Solo Bratton.
Speaker, 70% of graduates say that university just wasn't worth it. And is it any wonder when we've seen an increase in low-quality degrees, people coming out with crippling debt and lower job prospects for graduates? Whilst I welcome many elements in the Will Milburn review, isn't it right that if we are to fix this crisis of youth unemployment, what's needed is not tweaks, but an overhaul of vocational and training and a correction to the Blairite obsession with university so that fewer young people get scammed by the great university con?
I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that I wouldn't put it quite in the terms utilised by the right honourable lady, but jingoistic rhetoric is a feature of her new place in this House. What I would say on that, Mr. Speaker, is, as I said in response to my honourable friend from Oldham West, this government recognises that it should no longer be a target for any government to send 50% of young people to university. That is why we have revised the target in such a way that it now is the case that this government's aspiration is that 66% of young people are either in higher education or undertaking an apprenticeship.
Rachel Bustle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In York, 410 young people are not in education, training or employment. And of course, we know from Alan Milburn's report the causation of that. And particularly, I want to focus on mental health and the fact that we don't have the right support in place for young people much earlier than the point of seeking employment. Will he work with the Department of Health to ensure that we have those systems in place to identify young people who experience mental health challenges, and particularly children with adverse childhood experiences, so that they can be set on a stronger path and build more resilience throughout their childhood to enable them to be prepared for work?
And my honourable friend is absolutely right to recognise that many of the challenges faced by young people not in education, employment or training start at school or even preschool, and that we need to ensure that there is early intervention in schools, more mental health practitioners available to children and young people, and that they are able to receive the support needed at the first possible opportunity, because it does blight and affect their future, not just in academic terms with exams, but often for many years beyond that. So I absolutely agree with her. This underpins many of the proposals put forward by the Department for Education with their special educational needs reforms. We need early intervention and we need greater mental health support for children.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is an important piece of work from Alan Milburn, but I want to ask the Minister about the principles that will underpin the government's approach. Does he think that, other things being equal, if you increase the cost of employing people, that will come at the cost of jobs? And that if there is slack in the labour market, then if you do things like reducing probation periods at the same time, at a time when the cost of employing younger people without experience is anyway going up, that will mean those young people are less likely to be given the opportunities and the vacancies that do exist.
Where I do agree with the right honourable gentleman is that in the current climate, incentives are required to encourage employers to hire young people. I have set out the measures that we have taken to do that, but he is one of a number of members from the party opposite today to raise the Workers' Rights Act. This is the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation. This government is steadfast in continuing to support working people and making sure that that bill is fully implemented.
Mr. Speaker, this generation of NEETs grew up under Tory austerity. They suffered closure of Sure Start centres. They finished their education with funding per pupil lower than it was in 2010, and then many of them grew up in poverty. Does my honourable friend agree that we need a root and branch change from what we had under the Conservatives if we're going to end this conveyor belt of young people finishing school and then going into unemployment?
My honourable friend is absolutely correct. The damage caused by the previous government to a range of services that children and young people rely on, CAMS, pertaining to the previous question from my honourable friend from York Central, is one example, but there are a range of others. We recently saw a report highlighting the difference that Sure Start had made to young people ravaged by the party opposite. So he is absolutely right that we need root and branch reform. This government is committed to delivering that.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK's NEET crisis is the only country that's worse is Romania in the whole of Europe, which is quite shocking. But for me, the issue is around funding further education. Mike Taylor owns Bonds Barbers and runs an award-winning academy, and he has way more students than he can give places to. Other local providers are telling me that they're taking on students with no funding on the basis that they need to get the places in place for next year, with no funding at all for this year. Absolutely. Whilst I recognise the youth guarantee is a great idea, surely it's better to get ahead of it, provide the places for our young people and stop young people becoming NEETs rather than waiting until they've been out of work for 18 months.
Well, the sweeping range of this government's interventions, Mr. Speaker, mean that we will deliver more than 500,000 opportunities for young people. What I would also say to the honourable lady is that on the specific question of training for younger people, this government has pivoted funding from older apprentices, level 7 and above, to younger, and introduced foundation apprenticeships so that we can better support people who are 16 to 24.
Andrew Ranger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this report, and it dismisses the long-held stereotypes that young people are lazy or do not want to work. And this is not a failure of young people, it's a failure of the system.
Exactly.
And in the survey, 84% of NEET young people said they want to find a job, education or training. Could my honourable friend set out how the government believes we can move to a system that recognises this fact and changes to a participation approach, and also how employers can play their part in that?
My honourable friend asks an important question, but underpins it in his opening point with an extremely important statement. This is not the fault of young people. They are not lazy. They have been let down for years by a system that does not serve their needs. But in terms of the interventions that this government is putting in place, there is £2.5 billion being put in place around the youth guarantee. We continue to work with employers and employment support providers to talk about how we can tailor to the specific needs of young people to get the number of young people not in education, employment or training down.
Sir Julie.
Returning to the important points about mental health made by the Honourable Lady for York Central, can I draw the Minister's attention to paragraphs 424 and 425 of the report, which say it is mental health conditions that are now the most commonly reported health condition among NEET young people. This explosion has primarily been in mental health issues such as anxiety and depression rather than in serious mental illnesses. Now, we can all have our different ideas as to what might be causing this upsurge. I think there's been clearly a loss of mental resilience among young people. But does the Minister agree with me that given that this is such a large part of the problem, further detailed research and analysis needs to be done as to why so many young people are so much more anxious and feel they cannot cope?
He's absolutely right to highlight the importance of this, and the Department for Health are undertaking a review of mental health provision, the causes, etc. What I also agree with him about is that it is a very concerning increase that 40% of young people are citing mental health conditions as a driver of their lack of being in employment, education or training, and that has doubled almost in recent years. That is clearly unacceptable. That is why some of the interventions that I've cited in earlier answers being led by the Department for Education are so important. More mental health support in schools, getting those CAMHS waiting lists down, making sure that children and young people get early intervention when they need help, because as we are seeing through these numbers and this report, it blights them not just at school but in later life.
Stella Creasy.
Mr. Speaker, this report powerfully illustrates the benefits and the costs and consequences of investment in our young people. Whether the fact it shows that children who are not school ready at the age of 4 or 5 are nearly 3 times more likely to be in NEET at 16 or 17, or that those young people who have the bank and mum and dad to be able to financially support them to take risks are more likely to succeed, even if they are less talented. What discussions has my colleague had with those across government about how we can help ensure that every child can access early years education, and what thought has he given to restoring child trust funds so that every child can have a nest egg for their future?
Well, if it's okay with my honourable friend, I will write to her specifically on the point about child trust funds, because it is not specifically in my domain. But she is absolutely correct to highlight the issue of school readiness and the link that that has to the likelihood of a child becoming NEET when they turn 16. That is why, as I said in an earlier answer, the loss of Sure Start is such a tragedy, and that is why I am so pleased that this government is reintroducing family hubs. And on the question of the bank and mum and dad, I hope that she heard the question that I answered earlier from my honourable friend from Bristol about our intention to revolutionise work experience to ensure that it is not the opportunities that your parents can provide you, but the opportunities that we are able to arrange that make a real and tangible difference and level the playing field.
It's a system that is broken, not the young people. Alan Milburn does seem, however, to have actually listened to young people when he wrote this, which too many people do not hear their voices and value those voices. Nobody seems to be talking yet about co-production and the value of asking young people and working with young people in order to make these changes. What will the Minister do to ensure that young people are involved in writing the policy so that we know that they'll work for this generation and not just for what we think this generation might want?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for her question? I spend a great deal of time talking to young people about what they need to support them into work. Clearly, at the moment, we're waiting for the recommendations of the Milburn Review, but she will have seen the intent around co-production from the Timms Review. I do not know what will be recommended in the Milburn Review as yet, but if co-production is in there, I'm sure that it's something the Secretary of State will look at.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was privileged to open our new youth hub in Thanet last week, which is a perfect example of how the DWP is working with third sector organisations and private sector organisations to offer that wraparound help for young people, which of course we need desperately in places like Thanet, where we have 12% unemployment, one of the highest in the South East. Can my honourable friend therefore confirm that in the light of the analysis both in the Milburn Review and beyond it, that there is a particularly entrenched problem in coastal towns because of our poor connectivity, transport links and fewer chances to learn and earn, that he will commit to a coastal and place-based dimension to the plans to turn around this moral and economic crisis?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend about the importance of place-based interventions, and of course, as she sits next to my very good friend from Blackpool South, I am aware of the particular challenges facing coastal towns. I will feed that request in. It is incredibly important that whatever interventions we make, they are bespoke where needed and they tackle this crisis in all parts of the country.
Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the Minister's answers to honourable friends on this side around national insurance, business rates and the Employment Rights Act, but I fear the Minister has been at best attempting to dance on the head of a pin. Because if he wants to come to mid-Buckinghamshire, I can take him to business after business after business who desperately want to take on new apprentices, who want to take on young people, and they would love to use the incentives of the national insurance provisions for under-21s, but they can't because of the overall impact impact of taxation from this government, not least national insurance rises on employment. So can he at least accept that it's the overall impact and not the incentive that is the problem here?
I think where I disagree with him, Mr. Speaker, is that I am here to answer questions about the interim report from Alan Milburn, who himself points to a longer and more deep-rooted problem here than changes that have been made in the last couple of years. I would remind him, as I already have said in response to other colleagues, under-21s do not pay national insurance. There are a range of incentives that have been put in place for under-25s seeking apprenticeships with small and medium-sized enterprises and for young people who have been on universal credit for more than 6 months.
We need to speed up if we're going to get a lot of these members in. Emma Lewell will be a good example.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will do my best. I've listened carefully to my honourable friend's responses, but youth unemployment in South Shields continues to be higher than the national average. Hospitality is the absolute lifeblood of my small tourist town and typically employs our younger constituents. The local industry are telling me very clearly that a perfect storm of taxes and now the impending tourist tax is directly impacting on their ability to stay afloat, let alone employ staff. Please will my honourable friend look and speak to his colleagues about a VAT cut for the sector.
I will follow up with my honourable friend directly in the interest of time and write to her on that issue, Mr. Speaker.
Jess Brentford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My first job was in a local cafe washing pots when I was 13, and then in my 20s I opened my own restaurant in that same location, offering young people in my local community their first job. But when I'm out in Chichester, all of my businesses are telling me they can't do that anymore because they are so squeezed at every single angle. They can't take risks on young people. So will the Minister lay out what he's going to do to support hospitality, specifically looking at reforming business rates so that those businesses can offer the right path to work for our young people to cut their teeth?
Please help me to get your colleagues in, because we are really struggling on time. Minister.
The honourable lady will be aware that business rates are a question for the Treasury, Mr. Speaker, but what I would say to her is that we are looking at a range of interventions through the Youth Guarantee and other interventions that I've already outlined that will help to provide more opportunity for young people, including in work experience, in first jobs and in training and apprenticeships.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that a generation was lost and forgotten about under the previous government, with NEETs increasing 40% in Blackpool. Now 3,000 young people are not in education, training or employment, double the national average and amongst the highest. Despite local initiatives like the platform and the job fairs that I put on with the DWP, there is a lack of opportunity. So if the Minister agrees that geography still shapes destiny, can the honourable friend set out how this government...
Come on, Minister, please.
I'd congratulate my honourable friend on the work that he does around the jobs fairs, etc., and I suggest that we meet to discuss it further.
James Wilde.
Mr. Speaker, youth unemployment in North West Norfolk has increased by 10% over the last year, and the Minister referred to the Milburn report and paragraph 268 on the jobs tax. It actually says if policy aims to increase growth, it has to help minimise risk and maximise incentives and avoid creating a labour market in which costs of entry have risen. So will he actually listen to that, lift the costs on employers so you don't have to subsidise so many jobs?
Well, I mean, I would just refer him to the rest of paragraph 268 because this selective quoting does not cover all that was in there, Mr. Speaker, because paragraph 268 also says the NEET crisis is much more long-term and deep-seated than any decisions taken in the last few years. Milburn is very clear that action is needed, is very clear that there are a range of reasons for that, and is very clear that he will bring forward a set of recommendations on which he expects the government to act. We await those and we stand ready to act.
Mr. Speaker, it's brilliant to see an example in the interim report of a young woman who had taught herself Shopify in order to start a business. This government has prioritised growth, which comes from innovation and entrepreneurship. So given that young people have incredible ideas, and given that often young people thrive when they can direct their own destiny rather than adapting to another company's culture, does he agree with me that encouraging entrepreneurship among young people needs to be a significant part of the solution?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and I know that the Secretary of State is interested in terms of what we can do to increase support available to self-employed people of all ages.
Richard Ford.
Mr. Speaker, many young people get their first job on checkouts.
The boss of Next, Lord Wolfson, said that 2 years ago Next had received 10 applications for every job vacancy, but that number's since risen to 19 applications per vacancy. He said nothing about how retailers have stripped out jobs at checkouts. Next made a profit of over £1 billion last year. Does the Minister accept that retailers also have a responsibility to create opportunities for young people?
I do accept that, Mr Speaker, and he will be aware of the work that we're doing with Charlie Mayfield. He may also be aware that we have recently appointed Mark Bolland as the lead NED in the department, a former Chief Executive of Marks and Spencers, and we are incredibly interested at how we can work in partnership with retail to deliver more job opportunities for young people.
Alex Burrows-Curtis.
Speaker, and I'm grateful to Alan Milburn for the sobering report. The proportion of young people who are NEETs aged 16 to 24 in South East Wales in the year ending June 25 was 13.2%, and as the report indicates, this is only modelled to increase. So does my honourable friend agree with me that tackling this increase in NEETs has to be a central mission of this Labour government?
Yeah. Absolutely, Mr Speaker, and not just one for this department, but right across government, including education, health and all of the departments too.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Amongst the things that Tony Blair taught us last week in his essay was that apparently AI is where it's at and we've just got to suck it up and fit in. But given the vast number, as Milburn identifies, of graduate and entry-level jobs being lost to AI, isn't it time we demonstrate we have agency? Technology doesn't need to be the king, we can be. Isn't it time we built our economy and our technologies around our people, especially our young people, around our technologies, and therefore having a lost generation of 1 million young people as casualties?
I would say to the honourable gentleman that the causes of the 1 million young people are deeper than the advent of jobs being lost to AI. Nonetheless, he makes an important point, and that is why the government is undertaking a review of the impact of AI on the labour market.
Toby Perkins.
Mr Speaker, only around 5% of young people with an EHC plan end up in permanent employment. So any plan to address this needs to be better on that. Now, supported internships are an incredibly good way of supporting young people with EHC plans and others to find work. We've got a great example in Derbyshire. But we need more funding for those. Can the Minister say what he's going to do to boost supported internships and to support those young people with EHC plans?
My honourable friend raises an incredibly important point. As I've said in a number of answers, we do need to work creatively and holistically with colleagues in the Department for Education and elsewhere to make sure that we are joined up so that there is an opportunity for all young people, whatever their background, whatever their level of need, to find employment, and I look forward to working with him to deliver that.
David Reid.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The social contract that we all had growing up was work hard and you get ahead. Now, artificial intelligence is ripping that apart, and young people do not understand what their relationship is with the state. So how would he describe the new deal with young people?
The current deal that this government has with young people, Mr Speaker, is that we will give them opportunities after the party opposite did not. We will make sure that they can find education opportunities, employment opportunities or training opportunities. We will not allow a lost generation to continue based on the failings of the party opposite.
Thompson.
Speaker. Tomorrow I'm going to visit my former colleagues at the University of Nottingham to celebrate our first tranche of electromechanical engineering degree level apprentices as they approach the end of their 5-year course. Will the Minister join me in congratulating them and explain what this government is doing to ensure that people can earn and learn through gold standard apprenticeships like those being delivered by Dr Liz Bishop and my old team at Nottingham?
Well, can I extend my congratulations to those young people? I know that he takes a significant interest in higher education, and please do pass on my congratulations to them directly. In terms of what we are doing to ensure that there are high-quality apprenticeships available, my honourable friend will be aware of a significant increase in funding for the Growth and Skills Levy.
Alison Bennett.
Mr Speaker, I need to declare an interest as the Vice Chair of the APPG for young carers. The APPG published an inquiry earlier this year. It found that 40,000 young adult carers are providing more than 50 hours of caring a week, and they face significant financial and systemic barriers to going into higher education, training and employment. Almost half have turned down education or training opportunities. And when you meet them, they are the best of people. They are balancing education, work and caring. I offer the Minister one suggestion that would help things. Will the Government look at changing the eligibility rules for carers allowance so students studying for more than 21 hours a week are eligible?
The Honourable Lady will be aware that carers allowance is intended to offset lost income elsewhere. Students do receive finance from various sources. But what I would like to say to the Honourable Lady is that I have not seen that report, and I'd be very grateful if she could send it to me.
This is not just about work, this is about what it means to grow up as a young person in this country and meeting ambitions like young people in my community in Croydon East. The Government has already announced a number of measures to support our young people. So can the Minister please outline what can be done to bring together National Youth Strategy, Young Futures Programme, the Youth Guarantee, Youth Hubs, Health and Education to ensure that this response to this emergency is joined up and across all of Government?
I hope that my honourable friend has recognised from the narrative around the publication of the report in recent days a sincere conviction for this to be a key priority right across government, working with both public and private sector partners to ensure that this is treated as a whole system problem and that we can get to the bottom of it and resolve it to give opportunities for young people.
Mr Speaker, the Minister proudly touts jobs, hiring bonuses, youth guarantees, government-funded work experience, job placements. These are all treating the symptoms of the problem. And frankly, Mr Speaker, it's all a bit old Labour. The problems are structural ones in the economy to do with investment, taxation and regulation. Is there anyone on the government benches who understands how an economy works?
What I would say to the honourable gentleman is if he wishes to have a debate on why young people not in education, employment or training are struggling as they are, he should do well to look at his party's legacy in government between 2010 and 15, because we are seeing the impact of things like cuts to Sure Start and opportunities for young people across the piece. It is a far more complex picture than that which he seeks to articulate, and his party's fingerprints are all over it.
It's back in time.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I welcome the report and my honourable friend's commitment to cross-departmental working on this issue. One area where he could help, or his department could put their weight behind, is the Select Committee's suggested amendment to the Health Bill, which would put the mental health investment standard onto statute so that we can increase investment in our mental health services, bring down the backlog of people waiting for mental health treatment so we can get more young people in Gloucester into work.
I'm very keen to look at all opportunities to bring down mental health lists, and if he wants to share information with me directly, I'll be happy to look at it further.
Bradley Thomas.
Mr Speaker, last week I met Sophie and Matt, two young entrepreneurs. They're 24 and 19 years old, who've bucked the trend, opened Top Loaf Bakery, but they are already terrified about the long-term viability of their businesses. And I hear this time and time again from entrepreneurs who are saying they've got nothing left in the tank because of pressure put on them by this government. They are at risk of closing their business. When is the government going to start listening to those who actually employ people?
Well, as I responded in an earlier question, Mr Speaker, we have the Mayfield Review. We have a non-executive lead director who is a former chairman of Marks and Spencer's. We are talking to business all the time. This is how we have developed some of our initial thinking around this space. This is why we have brought forward the Youth Guarantee. This is why we are incentivising businesses to hire young people. We are serious about helping them, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome Alan Milburn's interim report, which is nothing short of totemic. Given the work that Mr Milburn will now do to develop recommendations, could the Minister please confirm if it will be in scope to not only consider how to support those currently impacted, but also those most at risk of leaving education, employment or training, as identified according to those risk factors in his helpful interim report?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would hope that Alan Milburn will bring forward a range of suggested interventions that not only look at how we help people now, but how we fix this problem for the long term. She is absolutely right. Short-term fixes will not work here. We have a structural problem. It requires a structural solution.
And Davis.
Mr Llafarydd. When 84% of young people are classified as NEET, or as LEET as I would like to say, because they're all looking for education and training, it's heartbreaking that they feel that they are the lost generation. The new Plaid Cymru Welsh Government has committed to aligning education and training with Welsh economic needs. So can the Minister set out how the UK Government will use its powers to address these challenges in Wales?
I am due, Mr Speaker, to meet the new employment spokesperson for the Welsh Government as the devolution lead for the department. I will be very interested to hear ideas that they have. This needs to be a partnership moving forward, and if sensible and credible solutions come forward from that administration, I will look to work with them to deliver them.
Josh Dean.
Mr Speaker, we must not forget that hundreds of thousands of NEET young people are disconnected from traditional employment support and hidden from the system entirely as a result. So with youth workers and trusted adult relationships offering the missing link to help identify and bridge these young people into support, can the Minister set out how we will put those relationships at the heart of the systems change needed to meet this challenge?
I think my honourable friend raises a really important point, and one that has not been made so far today, about young people who slip through the net because they are perhaps living with their parents. They're not claiming they are, as he describes, hidden NEET. We are looking across the piece, particularly talking with the Department for Education on the interventions that we can bring forward, and I'll update him as soon as I'm able.
Callum Miller.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Every week I meet young people with energy and ambition whose hopes are at risk of being crushed by a lack of opportunity. I also recently met with Stuart Forbes, who set up Fairford Heating 42 years ago in my constituency. Stuart told me that this year, for the first time, they will not be taking on an apprentice due to the cost overheads of employment. What is the government doing to make it easier and cheaper for local family businesses to take on apprentices?
As I've said many times, Mr Speaker, introducing a new financial incentive to support SMEs hiring young people under the age of 25 as apprentices, provided the earnings are below £50,000.
Doug Peter Princely.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Minister agree that what is needed is a complete cultural change in our schools, giving equivalence of practical skills to academic pursuits? We have masses of rebuilding in our country after the wreckage of 14 years, including in Suffolk. Yet we have no welders. Let's fix this.
Hear, hear.
I do agree with my honourable friend. He is absolutely correct that we need to make it easier for people to unlock technical as well as other forms of education in support of the Prime Minister's target to get 2/3 of young people into either an apprenticeship or higher education.
If we are saying we're going to listen to young people, one young person recently said that they should be labelled as NEETs and not NEETs because they are indeed looking for education, employment and training. And positive framing is essential, especially as AI reshapes the labour market and when we have bosses for Standard Charter calling them lower value human capital. So does he agree we must rethink pathways into work, invest in new models of education and provide stronger safety nets so that technological changes create opportunities, not exclusion?
I do agree with the honourable gentleman. That is what we are seeking to do, not least through the Youth Guarantee.
Tristan Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In Medway, we've identified 240 NEETs as part of our local authority review. Part of the solution they've suggested is increasing the capacity at further education colleges so that people can get streamlined from school straight into college as opposed to having to wait. Does the Minister agree that further investment in further education is a solution to this problem?
It is one of a range of potential solutions, Mr Speaker, and I do agree with him that it's a very important one.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Milburn highlights the need for the cross-departmental working that the Minister's also highlighted. I just wonder what structures are in place for that, because we've already seen missed opportunities, for example, through the English devolution bill, to actually put more local powers in place. This needs to be a focus of every single department in government. What is the structure to deal with that?
I hope the right honourable gentleman will appreciate that Milburn reported on Thursday and that the recommendations from the report will not come for several months yet. It is an important point. We will need a structure in place. I am very committed to making sure that this is a whole government intervention, but for the moment I think it's important that we take the time to get that right.
Thank you,
Mr Speaker. Dudley has one of the highest levels of NEETs in the country and has the highest levels of deprivation. After my NEETs roundtable in February, stakeholders wanted better data, joint-up services with the DWP, health, education and better provision for SEND locally. What guarantees will my right honourable friend give me to ensure places like Dudley are prioritised and root causes of inequality are tackled holistically?
What I can assure the honourable lady of, my honourable friend of, is that we are absolutely committed to delivering that holistic intervention, to making sure that all areas of the country see progress in this space, but that particularly, as she would expect, as colleagues would expect, we target those areas where this is the greatest problem, and if that includes her constituency, she will see some action.
Shannon.
Speaker, the concept of paying your dues, working the long hours, the bad shifts, working your way up, the principles which absolutely founded the British work ethic appear now to be seen as something to be embarrassed about. What steps can the Minister take with the Education Minister and voluntary sectors to train our children from a young age that working hard at any level is something to be proud of, and that not working, if you're able to do so, is not a choice anyone should profit from?
I am reluctant to respond in the strongest terms possible, Mr Speaker, because it is the honourable gentleman who has made the point and I hold him in the highest regard. But I think what the Milburn Review says loud and clear is that this is not about a fecklessness in young people or that they are proud of being not in education, employment or training. They want those opportunities. It is a failure of the state. It is a failure of the system. Whole system reform is needed and we are determined to bring it forward.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Milburn report identifies a state failure to provide timely and appropriate mental health support, and this is just about CAMS. This is about people that are up to in adult services. It says most tellingly there are no waiting time targets for mental health services. So will he have conversations with DHSC colleagues to supplement the jobs guarantee with a mental health support guarantee to make sure that young people are not waiting more than 18 months for mental health support?
I will raise that with the Department for Health and come back to him.
Claire McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We've got some excellent alternative learning providers in Bristol, from Enemy of Boredom, which is about developing video games, to the Wheels Project, which is about stripping down cars and rebuilding them. They're a lifeline for young people struggling with mainstream education. Will, as part of the Milburn Review, the government look at supporting ALPs so that young people can be set back on the right path towards a job in the future?
We are still waiting for the recommendations, Mr Speaker, but I will feed in my honourable friend's suggestion because I think it's a good one.
Francis.
Speaker, one legacy of the previous government was it was easier to keep disabled young people on an EHCP until they're 25 because there isn't adequate support to get them into work, but equally for other young disabled people to make them NEET because there isn't adequate support to get them into work. So will my honourable friend agree with me that any reforms need a cross-departmental approach to support disabled young people into work and ensure there's lifelong work opportunities for them?
I do agree with my honourable friend, Mr Speaker. Sometimes this can feel like a vicious circle for young people with disabilities, and we need to make sure that we get this right.
Speaker, my generation and the generation after me have been systematically failed. The scale of the NEETs crisis is not because of young people, but as the Minister says, a widespread problem across education, health and indeed the welfare system. So can I take this opportunity to welcome the report, praise the work of the excellent Job Centre staff in Castlemilk and my own constituency, and invite the Minister to come to a jobs fair for young people that we're hosting later this year.
Can I join in his praise for his local Job Centre staff? He knows that I would never refuse him, and I look forward to that visit.
Scott's Arthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do refer members to my register of interest. I was really disappointed earlier to hear anxiety as a condition being downplayed, because it can be absolutely debilitating and we do have to accept that. To solve the problems presented in the Milburn report, we'll have to break down the silos within government and work with the devolved government. So I'd be grateful if the Minister can outline his approach to doing that. And also there's a tendency...
As I said in response to an earlier question about conversations with the Welsh Government, I am due to meet my Scottish counterpart next week. These conversations take place regularly, routinely, and we will ensure that we have a joined-up approach so that everybody across these aisles is able to benefit from these changes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I recently visited the Jobs Centre in Bournemouth Town with the Employment Minister, and we saw the great work they were doing to build skills and confidence of young people through work experience with organisations like National Trust. Now, I'm delighted we're also getting a youth hub. Can the Minister please tell us how young people in my constituency will benefit from that?
Mr Speaker, youth hubs are an incredible way for specialists to reach out and work with young people across a range of different interventions. It is a single space from which we can really drill down and target the needs of individual young people in individual communities such as hers. And if I may add, I know my right honourable friend very much enjoyed her visit because she told me so.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In my constituency of Dartford, major government-funded infrastructure projects are providing strong opportunities for young people, including skills training, permanent jobs and careers. Does the Minister agree with me that as we renew our homes, our bridges, our crossings, our rail, our infrastructure, we've got to maximise the opportunities for young people?
I absolutely agree. That is significant government investment and it presents a significant opportunity to do just as he says.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This report identifies the vital importance of the home learning environment, which is a dry term, recognising that children don't grow up in isolation. They're in rich relationships, and parental skills, parental relationships, secure attachment all really matter. As Chair of the APPG, I'm really pleased the Minister's mentioned family hubs. and the government's investment in them. With the new guidance, they're set to be really rich networks, partnerships that support families. Does he agree there should be cause for us to double down on our plan to roll them out quickly and successfully?
I absolutely agree, but he'll appreciate that that is DfE lead.
McAllister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The majority of young people not in employment, education or training in West and Bartonshire want a job or training but are not getting the support they need. Does the Minister agree that one way to tackle the challenge of youth employment is through our youth hubs, such as in West and Bartonshire, opening this month, 1 of 10 across Scotland, and will he come and visit it in West and Bartonshire?
It sounds like I'm having a day out in Scotland, Mr Speaker, because yes, I will take that in at the same time.
Right, let the front bench change over. Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With your permission, I will make a statement about the murder of Henry Nowak. Last December, Henry, aged just 18, was a first-year university student with his life ahead of him. He was kind, hard-working, loved by his family and friends. His murder, at the hands of Vikram Digwa, was a horrifying act. Digwa murdered Henry and then lied about him as he lay dying, falsely accusing him of racism. It was an evil act. I know the thoughts of the whole House will now be with Henry's family and his friends, just as mine are. What they have been through is heartbreaking, for most of us, unimaginable. I know nothing can take their pain and loss away. But yesterday, we saw some measure of justice. Digwa was sentenced to life imprisonment. He will serve a minimum term of 21 years. His mother, Kiran Kaur, has been convicted of assisting an offender. She is due to be sentenced on 17th of July. And today, the Crown Prosecution Service has authorised further charges against other members of the attacker's family. With further sentencing and possible charges pending, we must be cautious still in what we say about this case, so that we do not place any proceedings at risk. However, I can and must pay tribute today to the dignified and powerful words of the Nowak family in the statement they gave after yesterday's sentencing. They deserve answers. They deserve answers in particular about what happened on that awful night and the actions of the police officers who arrived on the scene. I expect many in this House and many more across this country have now seen the police officers' body cam footage released last night. It is, without question, a disturbing and tragic thing to see. People are rightly asking questions about how the situation was handled, and they are shocked and disquieted to hear Henry's words, "I can't breathe." I know that it is difficult to wait any longer for answers, but there is a proper process to assess whether there have been incidents of police misconduct, led by the Independent Office for Police Conduct, the IOPC. They will determine what could and should have been done differently. They will determine what action may need to be taken against individual officers. The family yesterday called on me, and I quote, to ensure the IOPC has the resources, authority and independence it needs to conduct a full, fearless and transparent investigation. Mr Speaker, I can confirm to you today that I will do so. The IOPC will be equipped and encouraged to act to find the truth and to ensure, if necessary, that there are consequences. There have been accusations, I know, of two-tier policing, that one community has been prioritised over another. It will be for the IOPC to determine the facts with regard to this specific case, and I cannot and will not comment on them. But let me say this on the question of preferential treatment more widely. The police in this country have a sacred duty to police without fear or favour. Everyone in this country is equal before the law. It is the promise upon which our whole justice system rests, and the equality of every citizen is the foundation on which the openness, tolerance and generosity of this country rests. Let me also be clear about one other thing, a dangerous undercurrent that I have seen in the reaction to this awful crime. Threats against police officers are utterly unacceptable. There can be no justification for intimidation, abuse, or attempts to take the law into one's own hands. A police officer unrelated to this case has been misidentified online and subjected to death threats. He has been forced to relocate to protect himself and his family. Misinformation and inflammatory commentary is making a dreadful situation even worse. We must all, together, condemn it. And we must also allow the facts to be established through the appropriate investigations and the courts, and we must do so calmly and responsibly. The Nowak family and Henry's memory deserve answers. They have also called on us all to take action. Action to address the daily tragedy of knife crime in this country. This government is committed to halving knife crime in this decade. And since the start of this parliament, we have made progress. Knife crime has fallen by 10%. Knife homicides are down 27% at their lowest level in a decade. But clearly, we must do more, whilst there are still tragedies like this one. And for that reason, we have recently published our Halving Knife Crime Plan. It sets out how we will go further to drive sustained reductions in violence. It brings together action across government and across society to stop people from turning to knife crime and to ensure that perpetrators are caught and brought to justice. Amongst a range of measures, this will see schools and families supported to address the root causes of knife crime through the establishment of 50 Young Futures hubs. Police using new crime mapping tools to target enforcement more precisely and making better use of stop and search. And cruel and exploitative drug gangs stopped from criminally exploiting children, preventing the knife violence that is driven by the county lines trade. In relation to knife controls, there have been calls to limit the right of Sikhs to carry their ceremonial knife, the kirpan, one of the 5 holy items in their faith. The Offensive Weapons Act of 2019, passed under the previous government, clarified and strengthened existing legal protections in relation to long kirpans. This included extending defences so that kirpans can be lawfully possessed for religious reasons and used in religious and ceremonial contexts. But let me be clear. Carrying a knife for the purpose of religious observance is one thing. Using it, as so tragically occurred in this case, is quite another. It is a vile act, a crime of the utmost severity, and it will be met with the severest punishment. Yesterday, the Nowak family ended their statement with a powerful call to us all. I quote, "We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension." They quoted the words of the prosecuting lawyer, and I quote again, Mr. Speaker, "This is not a case about Sikhism. This is not a case about racism. This is a case about murder." I echo those words. We cannot allow this murder to turn communities against one another. We must condemn those who seek personal political profit from tragedy. Instead, we must show who we really are in this country. This was a murder, a vile and violent crime. The punishment must be reserved for those who are responsible for the act. We do not believe in collective punishment in this country. Instead, we stand together against an act of pure evil. We condemn those who committed this heinous crime, not all those who share their faith or their ethnicity. Yesterday, a sentence was handed down in court. I know it will never be enough. The loss felt by Henry Nowak's family and friends will last forever. A wonderful young man will never enjoy the promise of the life that stretched out before him. The evil acts of his murderer and accomplice will never be undone. But we can choose to use this moment to pursue positive change. We are still limited in what we can say. There is a sentence to be handed down and further charges may follow, and there is an IOPC investigation ongoing. But I call on everyone here to be responsible in this moment to allow justice to run its full course. But while we must be limited in what we can say, we must not be limited in how we act. I will end with the words of the Nowak family once more. Last night, they wrote that no other family should experience the heartbreak and horror of losing a child to knife crime. Let that be the challenge to us all, across this House, across government, and across society. It is the very least we can do to honour the memory of Henry Nowak. Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Chris Wilkes, Shadow Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Home Secretary and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for ensuring the government came to the House today. The murder of Henry Nowak is devastating for his family. He was an innocent young man on the way home when he was brutally killed. Henry's family have suffered an unimaginable loss, and I know the thoughts of the whole House will be with them all. The evil murderer, Vikram Digwa, lied from start to finish, including a false allegation of racism. But on arriving at the scene, the police appeared more concerned with the accusation of racism and even the possibility that Digwa himself was injured than they were in helping Henry. Henry told the police he could not breathe 9 times. He told them he had been stabbed 4 times. The response from the officer, we've all heard, was to say, "I don't think you have, mate." Henry was handcuffed and dragged across the ground as he lay dying. Can you imagine what he must have felt as he cried out for help and was ignored, as the officers who should have worked to save him instead handcuffed him and inquired after the welfare of his killer, standing just inches away. Henry's dad, Mark, said this: "Henry did not die with dignity. He did not die with the care he deserved. He lost consciousness before anyone believed him." So we need the IOPC to urgently and transparently report into how it was the police attending were more concerned with the accusation of racism than they were in helping a dying man. Mr. Speaker, we cannot tolerate a situation where false allegations of racism by criminals are believed. We cannot allow the colour of someone's skin to be a consideration in how the police or other public services treat people. And yet this has happened. Just recently, we learnt that Valdo Calicone, who murdered 3 people in Nottingham, was not sectioned by mental health professionals because they thought there was, and I quote, "an over-representation of young black males in mental health detention." The consequent failure to section Valdo Calicone, in part because he was black, led directly to the murder of 3 innocent people. The head teacher of Axel Radicubana was accused of racist stereotyping when she described Radicubana as a threat to safety, and the risk assessment was watered down. Radicubana, of course, went on to stab and murder 3 young girls at a Southport dance class. But, Mr. Speaker, this has not happened by accident. It is enshrined in the police's own policy documents. The Police Anti-Racism Commitment, published in March 2025 by the NPCC and the College of Policing, urges police forces to reverse engineer the same arrest rates between ethnic groups, even though the offending rates are different, by treating different ethnic groups differently. Let that sink in for a moment. An official police document actually says people should be treated differently based on the colour of their skin. I've said before at this dispatch box at least twice that document should be withdrawn. The dangerous ideology of so-called anti-racism, allowing people to be treated differently based on race, must end. Extreme activists have hijacked the policy-making process, and this is where it has led. It has no place in policing, it has no place anywhere. So does the Home Secretary agree that the so-called police anti-racism commitment must urgently be withdrawn? It is morally wrong, and it is dangerous as well. Police forces must focus on catching criminals and keeping the public safe. They must simply treat everyone exactly the same. I want to finish with Mark Nowak's words yesterday, Henry's father. He said this: "Henry was 18. He was kind, ambitious, loved, and full of promise. He had his whole life ahead of him. But that future was stolen from him, and no verdict and no sentence will ever give it back." Mr. Speaker, it is true that nothing can bring Henry back. But let us make sure that no one ever again experiences what Henry did in his last tragic moments.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the Shadow Home Secretary for his remarks and for the tone in which he's reflected on this horrific murder and the words of the family, which obviously he knows I share as well. Let me just say his initial point, I would normally let it slide, Mr. Speaker, but I think there's far too much misinformation floating around social media for me to just leave this one unchallenged. On the government coming to the House, he will know that the proceedings and sentencing concluded at 4 o'clock yesterday. We said we would come immediately thereafter to the House, and we have presented ourselves here today. We have responded in an appropriate way with all of the facts at our disposal and all of the judges' remarks at our disposal for our review before coming to this House. And I think it's important that we respond in these moments in a measured way, and that is what we, the government, have sought to do. He referred to evidence in relation to the Valdo Calacane inquiry. He will know that the inquiry into the Nottingham attacks is well underway, and I don't think it would be appropriate for me from this dispatch box to preempt any findings that the inquiry might make. But of course, all of the actions and assumptions made by professionals of different public services, including the police and the health service, are subject to scrutiny within that inquiry. I'm sure those are matters that we will return to as that inquiry reports. He did refer to the findings of Phase 1 of the Southport inquiry in relation to those horrific murders and the findings in relation to how the public service systems in that case, in relation to Axel Rudab-Cabana, centred the danger he might have posed to himself given his mental health diagnosis and did not take into account the danger he posed potentially to others. There have been recommendations, he will know, that have been made for change in this area, which the government will respond to fully in due course. But let me be very clear with him and all members in this House, in all such matters, in terms of how we engage with our public services and how they assist risk, the only important factor is the risk an individual poses, not their race, not their religion, or indeed anything else. And we will not tolerate a situation where other irrelevant factors are taken into account. I repeat again, all are equal before the law, and every public service needs to bear that in mind. He referred to the police anti-racism commitment. He will obviously remember, I'm sure, that the race action plan for the police began life under the previous Conservative government. In fact, I'm old enough to remember when Theresa May called out disproportionate use of stop and search for black communities in particular. He will know that the way that policing works in this country is by consent. It is important that the police retain the confidence of all of the communities that they police, and that there has, I think he would acknowledge, being a history and a context here relating to racism and the police. Whatever changes are made, it is important that nobody overcorrects or course corrects such that all of us as citizens are no longer equal before the law. And this government will always ensure that in fulfilling their sacred duties to keep our communities safe, that the police always act without fear and favour and always ensure that every citizen is treated equally. But I'm sure he wouldn't want to do down or ignore historic and legitimate concerns that there have been from some communities about institutional racism as well as differential treatment. I condemn all types of differential and every type of differential treatment. I do not stand for it. My own track record as a government minister shows I will always act when there is evidence of differential treatment, and it is absolutely vital that that message is heard loud and clear across the whole of our country.
Baron Paffy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for her statement. Henry was a popular and much-loved student at the University of Southampton, and his murder has horrified our city. I know both my honourable friend, the member for Southampton Test, and I want to commend everyone at the university for their response and support for the university community following this tragedy. Mr. Speaker, like many, I've watched the body cam footage, and it is both heartbreaking and infuriating. It makes it plain for all to see how Henry posed no threat that would warrant being handcuffed, and yet was treated as a criminal based on the lies of his murderer. Now, no one in their right mind thinks that one Sikh or one or two police officers represents all Sikhs or the entire police force. As Henry's father has said, this is about murder, about our response to it, and about our prevention of it. So I have two questions for my right honourable friend. We have a knife problem in this country. That's why we've taken early steps to ban zombie knives and to crack down on knife sellers, but it is obvious that is not enough and we have to go further. So will the Secretary of State commit to clarifying a set of tough and consistent knife laws and the resources to enforce them so that we can actually move on? And secondly, I echo the words of Henry's dad, as she did, and ask the Secretary of State to guarantee that the IOPC will have the resources, the authority and the independence it needs to conduct a full, fearless and transparent investigation. Will she guarantee that? Because the catastrophic errors that were made when police officers got to Henry must never happen again.
Well, let me thank my honourable friend for his contribution and for his questions. Let me give him that guarantee. The IOPC will and do have the resources that they need in order to conduct their investigation, and I know that they will do so, with the full independence that is afforded to them in our system. I understand that they intend to report finally within the next 3 months, and I do believe that a meeting is now taking place with the family. Some contact had been made before, but they were waiting for the end of the criminal trial. So, of course, they will do their job. They are getting on with doing their job, and I expect them to report as quickly as possible. But I can give him the guarantee that he seeks. He is right about us having a knife crime problem in this country. That is why the government has a landmark commitment to halving knife crime over a decade. It's why we've launched the Knife Crime Action Plan. And let me reassure him, it does have the resources it needs in order to fulfil its historic mission.
Max Wilkinson, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a heartbreaking case of a young man who should be alive today with a happy life ahead of him because of the
Mr. Wilkinson, it's no use holding your hand up as though you're some policeman. I'm policing it on the time given. You're quite a bit over. I hope you're coming to the end now.
I am, Mr. Speaker, and I apologise. As Mark Nowak has said, the outcome here should not be one of further division. In that spirit and in Henry's memory, we must work together to ensure this kind of tragedy is not allowed to happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let me say I welcome the contribution from the Liberal Democrat spokesman and associate myself with his words again in relation to the family and their reaction to what has happened. I'm not sure there was a specific question in there for me, but if there are other things that the member wishes to pick up with me, then I'll be very happy to engage with him on other points of detail that maybe he wasn't able to come on to. Let me just reiterate for the benefit of the whole House, Mr. Speaker, anyone using this tragedy, this horrific, vile act of murder in order to stoke further division in our country should be rejected by everyone across this House. Political grandstanding and further division is not what is needed. Clear-eyed action and a commitment to ensuring all of our citizens are equal before the law of our collective land is what is needed.
Live effort.
Mr. Speaker, this is a terrible incident, and my heart goes out to the family of Henry. But is my right honourable friend concerned, as I am, that some have raised the issue of the Macpherson inquiry and that this has caused the police to hold back when dealing with people who perpetrate crimes who may be from an ethnic minority? Does you agree with me that there is nothing in the Macpherson inquiry that suggests the police should behave in that way, or excuses the extraordinary behaviour of the police at the scene of this crime? And does she think that what needs reviewing here is the way that police are trained in dealing with incidents of this sort? Because it seems to me that there was that what happened at the scene of that crime falls way below what we expect of the police.
Well, I thank my honourable friend. Let me say, look, police officers must apply the law fairly, without fear or favour, to every single person that they serve. They do work incredibly hard and they do get it right the vast majority of the time, but where mistakes are made, it is right that they are properly investigated and examined. I do think the whole House should remember that our police officers every day run towards danger in order to keep our community safe. He will know on the specifics of this case because of the ongoing independent IOPC investigation. I don't think it's appropriate to comment further on the specifics of this case.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
I agree with everything the Home Secretary says, and I agree that we shouldn't weaponise this issue, but nor should we tiptoe around it. The truth is that many white people in this country feel that the police are so terrified of being called racist that either they underreact in the case of the appalling grooming scandal, or they overreact in this case. So there is a role for the Home Secretary now. She needs to really summon in these top police officers and say things have got to change. We are all equal. Don't be terrified of what people think about you. Just carry out the law as you're supposed to do as police officers.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have made very clear from this dispatch box and over the course of my tenure as Home Secretary to say all are equal before the law, and the police must always act without fear and without favour towards any one group. I don't think it's helpful for us to start pitting either majority or different minority communities against one another. That is not what this moment requires. And it is important, he's right, there's always a balance to be struck. There mustn't be underreaction or indeed overreaction. It is always a balance, and I do believe that the police in the vast majority of cases do get that balance right, and as I say, our police officers every single day run towards danger in order to keep us safe. I will always scrutinise all these actions to make sure that our police service is functioning as it should be, so that every single citizen in our country, regardless of the colour of their skin or the faith that they have or may not have, can be absolutely certain that they will always be treated equally, and that whatever complaint they have will always be investigated in the way that we would all expect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am deeply saddened by the murder of Henry Nowak, and my heartfelt condolences to his family, whose pain was made all the worse by the police wrongly handcuffing Henry, believing the lies of the violent murderer. And that stripped Henry of his dignity in his agonising final moments, something which should never happen again. But also, Mr. Speaker, what's very galling is that the likes of Reform, Restore and the far right decided to politicise people's pain, attacking the Sikh community for wearing the kirpan and wanting it banned, even though the kirpan was not used in this violent attack. And they've decided to scapegoat and throw under the bus an entire community based on the actions of one violent murderer. And let me also give them a history...
You're meant to be going through the chair, not across the chamber.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. And let it not be said that we see them and we will stand up to them. And let me also give a short history lesson, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I started this session by tolerance and respect, and I don't expect to be pointing at each other and attacking each other. You work through the chair. We want an orderly chamber that is respectful. This does nobody any good. I think... Nothing.
Mr. Speaker, because hundreds of thousands of Sikh soldiers bravely fought alongside British soldiers during both World Wars, tens of thousands made the ultimate sacrifice, proudly wearing their turban and their kirpan. So what reassurances can my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, give to the Sikh community, which is both horrified and ashamed at this brutal murder, and they are fearful of their right to freely and peacefully practice their faith?
Well, let me reiterate for my honourable friend, religious freedom is a very important principle that this government respects, that has been respected by different governments of different party political persuasions, and I'm sure that that will continue to be the case. As I said in my statement, we are not a country that collectively punishes an entire group of people for the actions of individuals. The responsibility for this murder rests with the murderer, and he has now faced justice and been sentenced, and that is the right way for these matters to proceed. Let me also say something, Mr. Speaker, on the tone of this debate. I think it would be right for the whole House to remember, I'm sure Henry Nowak's family and his friends are watching, and the way we conduct ourselves in this place can of course be passionate, but must not result in name-calling and also in just shouting different political views here, because I don't think we should all stand for a politicisation of this murder. There are lessons to be learned, and I'm sure further issues to be drawn from what has happened once the IOPC has concluded its investigation. I'm sure we will debate them here in the future as well, but the way that we conduct that debate matters just as much, in my view, as what is said.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an appalling and sickening tragedy. Words cannot express my heartbreak for Henry's family and fury at the system that has led to this. We have all seen the body-worn video, and in a previous role, as part of my job, it was my job to review that footage and give an independent judgment. In this case, it is clear to everyone that the police did not use appropriate and proportionate action. There are many good police officers who work hard to keep us safe. But on that night, those police officers displayed no concern for Henry. Immediate actions should have been taken to try and save his life. But instead, Henry was put in handcuffs and mocked as he lay dying. Those police officers have serious questions to answer. Can the Home Secretary explain what action the government will now take to ensure that every officer involved is held accountable for the decisions that they have made, and so that the public can have confidence that we'll all be treated equally under the law?
Well, let me give the honourable gentleman that assurance by referring to the fact that the IOPC is investigating this matter, and they will be free to conclude that investigation using all of the powers that they have and also all of their evidence-gathering abilities. He will know, having reviewed such footage in the past, of course, what is publicly available is 3 minutes of a much longer incident, but the IOPC will be able to review every bit of body cam footage, all of it in its totality, as well as other evidence that sheds light on the context of the incident and also what the police officers saw and how they reacted to it. The IOPC is free to make recommendations not just on specific conduct but also on wider lessons that should be drawn. Let me reassure him, once the IOPC has reported and made its findings, I will make sure that I personally update the House.
Jen Craft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to my constituent Henry Nowak, a bright young man at the start of a life that held so much promise. The turnout at his funeral and the outpouring of community support show that he had an impact well beyond his young years. I'd like to pay tribute to his family, Mark Nowak particularly, his father. Many here have quoted his words, calling that Henry's death does not lead to more division and hatred. His sister Olivia made space in the early days of her own grief to support Henry's friends. I think that speaks to this family and their courage and their bravery and their dignity in dealing with one of the most tragic and devastating things that any of us could ever imagine going through. Like many in this house, I've watched the body-worn video camera footage that was released last night, and I watched it with horror. I cannot imagine what Henry's family felt seeing that and knowing that that was their son's last moments. They expected help from the police, but when Henry lay dying, what he got was accusation and he was disbelieved. This can never happen again. I would like to ask the Home Secretary what she will do to meet Henry's family's calls. First of all, to tackle the national emergency that is knife crime. Like many families who have suffered a loss from this appalling crime, Henry's family have called that his death has not been in vain, that lessons are learned, and that they can go forward to see that his legacy is that no one else has to suffer that grief. And secondly, I would welcome the Home Secretary's assurances that the IOPC investigation will be thorough, will be fully resourced, that no stone will be left unturned, that the family will have the answers they need and deserve. They will know why their son was treated as a criminal and why the criminal was treated with much more dignity than their son was. And I would be grateful if she would speak to make sure that the family's needs, their wishes, and that their voices are heard throughout this inquiry.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me first pay tribute to my honourable friend for her powerful contribution as Henry's constituency member of Parliament. Let me firstly give her absolutely the assurance that she seeks in relation to the IOPC investigation. I know that that investigation is continuing at pace. I know that the family is being engaged with. If there are any concerns about that process, I do invite her to let me know immediately, and I will personally ensure that any concerns are dealt with and that the family can have confidence in the IOPC process. Let me say also on knife crime, this government has acknowledged the absolute epidemic of knife crime in our country and the imperative that we have to act upon it. It's why we have our landmark commitment to halve knife crime over a decade, why we have launched the Knife Crime Action Plan. It is a resourced package of measures designed to deal with the scourge of knife crime. And let me give her this reassurance, and exactly as I said in my statement earlier, we will leave no stone unturned to deal with knife crime in our country, and we do so in the name of all victims of knife crime, including Henry. Their lives must not be in vain, and we must learn the lessons that prevent these tragedies from occurring in the future.
Robert Jenry.
When Henry lay on the floor, he warned that he had been stabbed 4 times. He said that he couldn't breathe 9 times, and yet the officer chose to cuff him rather than treat him. That officer should be in court being prosecuted for a total dereliction of duty. But the bigger question is this: why do officers behave in this way? Is it because they have been taught repeatedly to elevate perceptions of ethnic minority communities over the safety of white British people? That sickness contributed to the killings of Rudakabana, of Kalakone in Nottingham, and now to Digwa. Is a sickness rooted in the anti-racism agenda. Will the Home Secretary root it out? Will she return to equality before the law for all? And will she say that when it comes to public safety, white lives matter just as much as anyone else's?
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say to the honourable gentleman, I don't think this is a moment to pit white Britons against non-white Britons. This is a moment to reflect on a horrific tragedy. He knows full well that the IOPC is investigating the conduct of those police officers. It would be wholly inappropriate for a member of this House to seek to preempt an independent investigation into the potential misconduct of police officers. That IOPC investigation will look at individual conduct, but also what other wider lessons can be learnt from this case. I will personally ensure that all lessons are learned and indeed acted upon. And let me also say it is a fundamental principle, not just of the British criminal justice system, but who and what we are as a country, that we are all equal before the law of our land. That applies regardless of the colour of your skin. That applies whether you're a non-white Brit whose family arrived here 50 years ago or 10 years ago, or if you're a white Brit whose family have been here for about 300 years or more. We are all equal before the law of our land, and we should all support that principle, but not use it so as to pit our citizens against one another. That is not what this moment demands.
Florence Session-Lermy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for coming to the Chamber this afternoon. And as many honourable and right honourable members have said, no one can be moved after watching that footage and just seeing a young life being wasted like that. But I think just the inhumane and degrading treatment that Henry had to go through in his last few moments is something that will stay with the family, something that will stay with the family when the news coverage has moved on, something that will stay with the family after those police officers are being prosecuted. Because when someone is killed by a murderer who is intent on killing, regardless of your race, it is the families and the communities that have to deal with the long-term impact. Many of us in this chamber have had to comfort constituents who've lost a family member through knife crime. And this epidemic across the UK has to come to a stop. How is it possible that this killer was allowed to roam the streets with a 21-centimetre knife and freely stab someone and then lie? It is really important that we do make sure that this government gets to grips with that. So I want to ask the Home Secretary, as soon as the IOPC conclude and find the findings of this investigation, will she come back to this House and make sure that the government adequately responds so that we are not back here again having to answer and try to console another family whose life has been taken by knife crime?
Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend. Let me give her that reassurance. I think it is right, whilst the IOPC investigation is taking place, that we give that the space it needs to do its important work, and it would be wholly wrong for ministers to try to preempt what findings might be made in the future. But as soon as those findings are made, I will ensure the government responds.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I welcome the Home Secretary's statement this afternoon and just say that I think we all in this House need to be careful at our response to what is a sad loss of life of a young man who was going to a vibrant university in a fantastic and welcoming city with the rest of his life supposedly ahead of him. Notwithstanding what the Home Secretary has said, and I'm grateful for her saying that the IOPC will receive full resourcing, has she done any thinking as to what other investigations her department might need to do into the conduct of Hampshire Constabulary? Can she confirm whether the officers in question have been suspended pending the investigation? And also, could she outline whether she's currently looking at whether she needs to make changes to the exemptions to carrying knives for religious or cultural purposes?
Home Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution and his questions. Let me say to him on the question of suspensions, that is a matter for the IOPC because of the way that they make their initial findings and then obviously react to the evidence as it all becomes available. And of course, now that the criminal proceedings have concluded, they will be able to ramp up and go faster on that process. So again, it wouldn't be appropriate for ministers to be either cited on that or seek to direct it in any way, but I know that staff at the IOPC are watching, and to the extent that there are clarifications or questions that need answering, I'm sure that they will respond. But they are wholly independent of government. Let me say to him on the exemptions for the carrying of knives for the purposes of religious ceremonial purposes. This has been a long-standing part of our arrangements as a way of balancing public safety alongside religious freedom. It has been supported by successive governments, including this one. So we are not seeking to move away from our respect for religious freedom. The wider sort of context is an important question. It is always worth serious consideration. But for myself, I think my approach here will be to engage directly with representatives from the Sikh community and also knife crime campaigners. I think these are issues of a common cause rather than pitting those two groups against one another. But I would just repeat the point I made in my statement. There is a world of difference between a person acting out of religious observance, carrying something as an act of faith, and somebody unsheathing that weapon and using it to kill somebody, and that individual has met the full force of the law.
Jonathan Hinder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, there is no bigger champion for policing in this House than me. But the body-worn footage of Henry Nowak's death is gut-wrenching. And the police response is, on the basis of what we know so far, unfathomable. So it's right that the IOPC is investigating, but very often these investigations, as everyone around policing knows, have taken far, far too long, sometimes many years, which is not good for anybody involved. So can the Home Secretary assure me that she will press the IOPC to report as quickly as possible, most of all for Henry's family?
Home Secretary.
My honourable friend speaks powerfully from deep personal, professional experience, which I pay tribute to. Let me assure him that I, as a constituency member of Parliament, have had many concerns about the length of time it takes the IOPC sometimes to report, concerns that I've raised with them directly since I've been Home Secretary. On this occasion and in relation to this case, however, I do think, given that the investigation started in December, the criminal investigation and case has only just concluded in relation to the murderer, and given that the IOPC have said they expect to report within 3 months, I do believe that this investigation is proceeding at the pace that this House would expect. And I'm sure the IOPC are reflecting on the tenor of the debate today and will understand the need for urgency and to make sure the family have answers as quickly as is humanly possible.
Ms Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thoughts are with Henry Nowak's family, friends and the local community. The prosecution said the perpetrator had a weapons obsession. It should not have been so easy for somebody with a weapons obsession to amass an arsenal of knives. What is the Minister doing to reduce the availability of dangerous knives on our streets?
Home Secretary.
The Honourable Lady makes a really important point. She will know that we have legislated. The Crime and Policing Act became law just a few short weeks ago. The measures within that Act will be implemented at pace by this government, but they relate to the possession of weapons, the buying of weapons, whether online or elsewhere, new duties on sellers of knives to report larger sales or bulk sales of knives. The government has taken a broad range of measures in order to deal with the scourge of knife crime in our country. Those measures have just become law. We will ensure that the law is implemented as quickly as possible so that we can get on top of this issue.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. The death of Henry Nowak is a horrifying tragedy, and my thoughts are with his family, friends and community. As a House, we must honour the words of his father not to use this tragedy to create further hatred or division or tension, and the House should not go against those wishes. They want action so no other family goes through what they are going through right now. Will my right honourable friend guarantee that she will go further and faster to tackle knife crime so no one fears walking the streets of the UK? Home Secretary.
Let me say simply to my honourable friend, she makes a powerful point, and yes, I will.
Thank you very much. Please can the Home Secretary ensure that the IOPC report or the findings from the report are shared with Police Scotland and in fact with all police forces across these islands in order to ensure that any recommended structural or procedural changes and lessons can be learned by all forces and then can be implemented?
Home Secretary. The Honourable Lady makes a very good point, and let me say to her that although of course some of these responsibilities are devolved, I do hope that other legislators in our country will show interest here, and certainly myself and my ministers do engage with our partners in devolved administrations, and we will continue to do so and discuss this matter as well.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I also want to thank the Home Secretary for her statement. Madam Deputy Speaker, as an Amritdhari Sikh, I wear the 5 Ks every day, part of my religious observance, including the Qurban. And as a Sikh, I really struggle to express the feelings of sheer horror that this case has generated within me, my family and my friends is absolutely, it has been horror. The senseless murder of Henry Nowak should be condemned in its entirety by everybody. And a young man's life has been taken in his prime, and I wish to express mine and my constituency full sympathy and condolences for the family of Henry Nowak, who have shown incredible dignity in their grief. Madam Deputy Speaker, I totally condemn the action of Vikram Digwar, the mindless, the senseless murder, the lies, and there is simply no religious justification for his actions. And I'm relieved that our criminal justice system and the courts came to the same conclusion, and that is a sentiment that is shared universally across the Sikh community. Madam Deputy Speaker, this case has raised many aspects of concern to my constituents, Sikh and non-Sikh. These include issues of safety, knife crime, and issues of freedom to practice one's faith. So will the Secretary of State meet with me and colleagues to discuss these issues further?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his contribution, and let me again emphasise the dignity and the grace shown by Henry's family. Their response has been something I don't believe I would have been capable of if I had been in their shoes, and it is an example to us all. Let me say to him, on the broader issues, there will be many issues in relation to this case. Once the IOPC investigation is concluded, we'll be able to draw further conclusions as to the facts, the police response, and wider problems as well. Always happy to discuss with him the different nature of the issues raised in this case, and in particular on how we get the right balance between the religious freedoms that he and I both enjoy as members of faith minorities in our country, and also the need to make sure that public protection is never compromised.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Henry Nowak's tragic murder was sadly stark proof that we have become a country where we no longer treat everyone as equal under the law. Does the Home Secretary agree it is time to put a stop to the political correctness that has overpowered common sense policing? And will she commit to and end the nonsense of police cultural competency training being put ahead of protecting every citizen regardless of race?
Let me reiterate my belief and expectation that the police must always act without fear or favour and treat all citizens equally before the law. I hope she will recognise that the vast majority of our police officers run towards danger every day to keep us all safe, and in the vast majority of cases they get the absolute balance right between how they respond to a specific case and also more broadly how they keep communities safe. Where there are issues, lessons must be learned, and I'm sure once the IOPC investigation is concluded, we will do so.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think for all of us as MPs, the time we spend with families who lose a family member in horrific circumstances stays with us throughout our career. And I know in my community there'll be many parents who sadly lost children to knife crime who will have seen Mark Nowak's statement and felt every single word and want to send their condolences to the family. They will also be acutely aware of how a difficult watch that body camera footage was, and his words about not seeing the tragedy used to inflame division. Given that, and given how some people are interpreting this matter and the misinformation that is circulating, I wonder what thought the Home Secretary has given to how we can have trusted sources of information about this issue, because there is an important need for scrutiny and transparency about what has happened, and in that context where there is so much misinformation, we need sources of light, not heat. What more could the Home Office do on that matter, please?
Home Secretary. Well, let me say to my honourable friend, we in the Home Office have a responsibility that we seek always to fulfil, to make sure that we act calmly and responsibly with the full facts at our disposal. And if we do not have the full facts at our disposal, we wait until we do before we comment, so as not to put out misleading or false information. The wider environment, she is right, is very challenging. And of course, the government is taking action by other government departments in relation to Online Safety Act and other digital platforms. I'm sure those are conversations we will return to, because there is no doubt on social media in particular, the environment is very challenging for making sure that the truth is able to be established rather than misinformation and straight up lies as well. I think we have a responsibility also in this House collectively to make sure that we are the ones that shine light rather than heat on these matters, so that we can hold our country together and make sure that all of our citizens are treated fairly.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and our sympathies go out to the family who must have been horrified by what they saw on the police footage. How have we reached a stage in this country where when the police go to an incident, they arrest a dying man because they're afraid of being accused of racism by his murderer? And this is something which is affecting police right across the United Kingdom. Only this week in my constituency, in a park on the edge of my constituency, the police were called where a gather of Muslims, men, were seen to be carrying weapons. No arrests were made, excuses were made for the carrying of the weapons, and the anger of the community is palpable. Would the Secretary of State make it clear to the police that policing should be based on, not on fear of racism or direction by chief constables, but and it shouldn't be based on the colour of people's skin. Police should carry out their duty impartially, and two-tier policing only diminishes the police, undermines their credibility, and undermines their standing in the community, which is bad for everybody.
Well, let me say to the Honourable Gentleman, there can of course be no suggestion of two-tier policing, and we would never, and no one would ever stand for that. I hope he would acknowledge that the police respond to danger every single day and have to make quick decisions in usually very difficult circumstances, and in the vast majority of cases they do get things right. And I do think it's important that we acknowledge the broader picture in relation to policing. Of course, when things go wrong or if the balance is not struck correctly, that should be investigated, scrutinised, and lessons must always be learned. But I wouldn't want us to be in a position where we just accept that somehow there are, big problems here in relation to how our police, generally speaking, approach their job. I do agree that any instances where it looks like something has gone wrong do cost public confidence within policing, but that is why we have the independent arrangements that we do with the IOPC to investigate fully, to make findings of fact that then the government and others can take action on.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Henry Nowak's murder was a senseless, evil act, a criminal act that Vikram Digba bears responsibility for. That he provided false claims to evade responsibility is horrific. The actions of the perpetrator do not represent a whole community, and I know the Sikh community in the UK wholly condemn it. Many of us are deeply distressed about the circumstances of Henry's death and his treatment in the final moments. So how will the Secretary of State ensure that those lessons are learned and that Henry's family are put first and fully considered? And on knife crime, how will we ensure that the root causes are dealt with and that resources are provided to agencies but also communities?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me assure her that the Knife Crime Action Plan is funded, and we have put significant money behind violence reduction units and other measures that we know are absolutely imperative in dealing with knife crime in our country. And let me assure her again, as soon as the IOPC investigation is concluded, I will make sure the House is updated.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Is it normal police practice to handcuff a person lying helpless on the ground and clearly offering no resistance? And given her admirable and utter rejection of differential treatment of people according to their race, will she undertake to examine and withdraw the policing policy document identified by the Shadow Home Secretary as embodying precisely such differential treatment?
Secretary.
Well, let me say to him on policing practice and the specifics of this case, that is precisely what the IOPC is looking at, because they take into account context and what the expectations of police officers are, given the specific contexts of danger that they face. And the IOPC will look into that. Once they've made their findings of fact, I will, of course, return to the House. And let me say again, look, on the issue of differential treatment, he will know, he is a member of long-standing in this House. We've had many debates where, from the opposite end of the race spectrum, if I might put it like that, today we are talking primarily about the white community in this instance, but there have been many debates in this House about differential treatment for minority communities as well. It's why I say I don't think it's helpful for us to look at this through a community-specific lens. It is much broader than that. I will, of course, make sure that I always engage with the police on the specifics of their policies, but it is not my view that the police are institutionally or systemically operating a system of differential treatment, and we will always make sure that we guard against that, and I will work with the police to make sure that never happens.
Toby Perkins.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Home Secretary's fierce rejection of two-tier policing or any suggestion that people should be judged differently according to their colour. The footage that we saw was one of the most sickening things that I've ever seen, and my heart goes out to the Nowak family who had to witness that. She's absolutely right to say that we must wait for the IOPC investigation, but if it does turn out that some kind of misguided application of the culture of policing has led to the victim being not believed while the murderer was believed, what more will she be able to do to make sure that every single police officer hears loud and clear her message that everyone deserves to be policed regardless of the colour of their skin in exactly the same way?
Secretary.
Well, let me give my honourable friend that assurance that as soon as the IOPC investigation has concluded and they have made their findings in relation to the specific circumstances of this case, I will make sure we return to this House so that we have an opportunity to debate collectively what the correct response will be. But let me just reassure him and everybody else, I will never stand for a system where there is any suggestion of differential treatment before the law. We are all equal before the law, and every lesson that we learn must always live up to that abiding principle.
Suella Braverman.
Deputy Speaker. Henry Nowak was murdered near my constituency of Fareham and Waterlooville, and local people are rightly furious with Hampshire Police, those officers who attended the scene, but also those leading the force. It's important to remember that Henry's murderer accused him of racism, and in honour of Henry's legacy, it's important that we're all abundantly clear. The judge found absolutely zero evidence to back up that claim. Does the Home Secretary agree that a false accusation of racism against a white person is just as bad, if not worse, than a legitimate claim of racism because of the deceit? Does she also agree that watching that body cam footage, it is clear that police officers treated Henry with disdain and contempt and arguably negligence because of the colour of his skin? We are hearing Number 10 say that two-tier policing does not exist. Home Secretary, where is the leadership today? British people are furious. The leadership is not coming from the government.
Home Secretary.
Well, let me say I disagree with her entirely. I think that good leadership in these circumstances, actually great leadership has already been shown by the family of Henry Nowak in the tenor of their response and their statement, and their desire, rightly in my view, to not see this murder be used as a tool of furthering division in our country. And I think we could all do well to take our lead from Henry's family. But let me also say to her, I am in the House today, I am answering questions. I've undertaken to come back once the IOPC investigation has concluded. She is a former Home Secretary. She will know these independent arrangements exist so that people can have confidence in the findings that are made in cases such as this, and to know that they are done without political interference or for political ends. Let me say to her on the broader question, point that she made at the start of her contribution on false allegations. Lies are lies, and they must be called out as such. And where a lie is criminal or leads to criminality, it must face the full force of the law. That is what has happened in this case. There has been a measure of justice because the criminal case has concluded and the murderer has been found guilty of murder, and the judge has made further findings in relation to the circumstances of this case. And again, I would urge her and some of her colleagues, when commenting on this case, they stick to the facts as they have been established.
Jazz Athwal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Home Secretary and the Shadow Home Secretary for the way they introduced this very sensitive issue. The murder of Henry Nowak was a wicked act of brutality. His family and all those who loved him have been left with an unimaginable grief, mourning their brother, their son, and their friend, who they'll never, ever get back. I know members across the House share my devastation at this vile murder by this vile individual. However, some members have been using the horrific incident as political capital, spreading disinformation for their own gain. Does the Home Secretary agree that politicians have a responsibility to act with decorum, to focus on Henry, who lost his life, and his grieving family, who've lost a son, a brother, rather than fan the flames of division?
Home Secretary.
I agree with my honourable friend, and I do believe on this matter we should take our lead from Henry's family, who I think have set an example for us all to follow.
Dr. Luke Evans.
I've been stabbed versus he racially abused me. How's the government going to rebuild public confidence in our culture and institutions that are tempted to rank people by their perceived oppression rather than judging each person on their own actions and the reality?
Yeah, very good.
Secretary.
Well, look, let me just repeat to the honourable gentleman the point I've already made in this debate. There can be no suggestion of two-tier policing in our country. In the vast majority of cases, the police apply the law fairly and without fear or favour, and they must always do so. Once the IOPC investigation has concluded, I'll make sure that the specific lessons from the circumstances of this case are learned and acted upon.
Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This crime was a vile act and a crime of the utmost severity, and I'm pleased that it's been treated as such by our courts. This is a case about a murder of a young man, and our thoughts should remain with Henry Nowak's family. We do not know why the officers acted as they did, but there is nothing in the Macpherson inquiry that can be blamed upon the apparent lack of humanity displayed in the body-worn camera footage. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that we should reflect upon the words of Henry's father, Mark Nowak, who asked that his son's death should not be used to create further division, hatred or tension? And does she agree that this is entirely what the interventions of the member of Clacton and others seek to do?
Home Secretary.
Well, look, I thank my honourable friend for his contribution. Let me say I do agree with him. He's right to refer to the words of Henry's father. Many members have referred to those words rightly today, and it is something that we should all bear in mind. Let me just reiterate again, I will ensure that all of the lessons that must be learned from this case are learned and are acted upon properly, but this case turns on its own facts and its own circumstances and is not to be used, in my view, to unwind other changes that were made in order to rebuild public confidence in policing.
Thomas.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this cowardly murder is not a reflection upon the Sikh community, which has integrated itself with honour and modesty into the UK. I understand that the weapon wielded was not that traditionally carried by Sikhs. I however, believe that this murder may give reasonable grounds to review existing exemptions to knife legislation on the grounds of religious reasons and national dress. I know that the Home Secretary wants to halve knife crime within the next 10 years. What message do these exemptions give? Is she honestly going to rule out at least a review?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me just say to the honourable gentleman, as I've said earlier in this debate, Our religious freedoms and the arrangements we have are long-standing and have been designed to strike the right balance between religious freedom and public protection. I have said earlier in this debate that the wider question is something that is worthy of serious consideration, which is what I will give to it. But I would want to start that process by discussing with the Sikh community themselves, to knife crime campaigners and also the police about this matter. That I think is the right way to proceed rather than launching a formal review, because actually, as the judge found in this case, this was not an act of religious observance. The minute that knife was unsheathed to be used, it became a murder weapon, and the murderer has now faced the full force of the law.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My thoughts are with the family and friends of Henry Nowak. It was absolutely gut-wrenching to see the video footage of the body-worn camera. In Hampshire, this murder has left people deeply shocked, not only by the violence of the act, but by the circumstances as he lay dying. I'm pleased to hear that the IOPC will have the resources they need to fully investigate, and I'm also glad to hear that the Hampshire Police and Crime Commissioner has said that she will ensure that those recommendations are fully implemented. Mistakes have clearly been made, but will the Home Secretary ensure that Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary receive any support needed to implement the IOPC findings in full, and that lessons on victim recognition, officer judgment and impartiality are acted on swiftly?
Home Secretary.
Yes, I can give my honourable friend that assurance, and in fact the Policing Minister met with the Police and Crime Commissioner earlier on today.
Shaukat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We do not want Henry's murder to be used to create further hatred, division or tension. Those are the words of a heartbroken father, and I pray we all heed them in this House. This is a heinous crime made all the worse by the shocking police response, and there must be lessons. So can I ask the Home Secretary what she is going to do differently to crack down on the epidemic of knife crime, possibly a dedicated knife crime minister, and what steps will she take to ensure that our Sikh community, overwhelmingly peaceful and overwhelmingly integrated, are not held collectively responsible by those that wish to divide us?
Home Secretary.
Let me just say to him on knife crime, the government has a landmark commitment to halve the levels of knife crime in this country over the next decade. We have our landmark knife crime action plan. It is a funded action plan. The Prime Minister has taken a personal interest in that commitment, and this government will strain every sinew to deliver on that.
Graham Springer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the 80s and 90s in this country, many police officers carried out their duties in a prejudicial and racist way. And I'm proud, together with many others, of having worked to eliminate that racism as much as we could. We're now left with maybe a more difficult problem to deal with. Many police officers and other public servants are now frightened that they will be accused of racism in carrying out those duties. What action does the Home Secretary think she can take and the Cabinet can take to reassure people who are accused of racism that proper process will affect them and it won't just leave them out of a job forever?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me say firstly that my honourable friend is right to remind the House of the historic context in relation to policing in this country and on the question of racism itself. And many minority communities have been on the receiving end of that treatment in the past. It is right that the system as a whole has sought to learn those lessons and to deliver a policing service that we can all be confident in and to know that we are all treated fairly under the law. That is what I will ensure continues to be the case going forward. I would say to him on the question of accusations, when accusations are made, whether in a legal and policing context or indeed throughout other parts of the public sector, they are just that, they are accusations, and we should remember the principles of our broader justice system when it comes to innocence and findings of guilt and the fairness of procedures to give people a chance to explain themselves without findings of fact being made against them before that has happened. I would expect to see that happen throughout the criminal justice system, but also throughout wider society as well.
Jim Alistair.
Thank you.
When the race card was played by his murderer, was Henry Nowak treated differently because of the colour of his skin, causing the innocent victim to be handcuffed and the murderer pandered to?
Three.
Well, the reaction of the police officers who attended the scene to the circumstances that they faced is what the IOPC is investigating. Once that investigation is complete and findings of fact are made, I'll be happy to discuss the further lessons with him and others in this House.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I join colleagues across the House offering my thoughts and prayers to Henry's family for his vile and disgusting murder. Unfortunately, we're seeing those far-right groups in Blackpool and across the country using Henry's death and weaponising it to create more hatred. So can the Home Secretary join me in condemning those in Blackpool and across the country and make sure that we honour the powerful call from his family who don't want it to be used for further division, hatred or tension in this country?
Well, let me join with my honourable friend and members across this House in condemning the actions of the far right utterly. They are completely unacceptable, and we should all take a stand against them. Weaponising this horrifying murder, this terrible tragedy for the Nowak family in order to spread further division is not what this moment requires, and I hope that that can have broad support from across the House.
Carla Lockhart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My thoughts are with Henry's family. As I listened to his dad yesterday, I couldn't help but cry myself at the loss that they have suffered and the fact that that video footage is etched on their mind forever. Madam Deputy Speaker, it appears in the UK we have an undercurrent of anti-white racism brewing. We see white people jailed for allegedly inciting racial hatred on social media, but members of other communities not even prosecuted for viciously attacking police officers. Henry Nowak deserved better. He did not deserve to be attacked. He did not deserve to spend his final moments pleading for help and saying he could not breathe. He did not deserve not to be believed. Above all, he did not deserve to die. Why did it take this government until yesterday to speak out on this matter whilst running to virtue signal on many other cases? Is the UK no longer a safe place for people like Henry Nowak?
Home Secretary.
Look, I do say to the Honourable Lady, the reason the government hasn't commented until yesterday is because there was a criminal case that was going through our courts. Members of this House, and certainly members of the government, are not commentators for the purposes of social media. They are ministers of the Crown, and they must respect the independence of our criminal justice system and the ability of our courts and our independent legal processes to function, so that when findings of fact are made, a conviction happens and a sentence is passed, it commands public confidence across the whole country, because everyone knows it has not been interfered with politically. It is an independent assessment of the facts of a case, and I would remind her and all members that that is the responsibility we all have, and I would urge her to reflect on that.
Tom Rutland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for her statement, and can I offer my condolences to Henry Nowak's family who've been through an appalling ordeal. What assurances can my right honourable friend provide that Henry Nowak's family's concerns regarding the initial police response are being fully considered by the relevant authorities, that lessons will be learned from this terrible incident so that no other family has to see their loved one doubted in their final moments by those who should be helping them?
Home Secretary.
Yes, let me give that assurance to him and through him to the family, as I've done so earlier, and in particular in my statement today. They asked a specific question of me when they responded yesterday, and I have met that challenge, and I will ensure we continue to meet that challenge and that they get the answers that they need and that they deserve.
Final question, Tristan Osborne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Home Secretary for coming to the House today? And can I also extend the sympathies on behalf of my constituents to the family of Henry Nowak in what is a heinous and horrific crime. There is speculation online about the identities of these police officers, and it's also putting other officers at risk across the country due to the irresponsible speculation of extreme right groups and others which are fanning the flames of tension. Can the Home Secretary confirm to me what we are doing to protect our officers on a daily basis in regards to this, and also comment on this irresponsible speculation that is being undertaken online.
Speculation online is not just irresponsible, it is wholly unacceptable. And as I said in my statement earlier, we should all take a stand against that. It is putting people who are not connected with this case at risk, but also for the officers that have been connected to this case, there is a proper process that must be allowed to take its course, that will investigate their conduct and make the appropriate findings in the proper way. We should all in this House stand up for the independence of that process, the space for that process to conclude, so that once it has concluded, we can debate thoroughly the lessons that must be learned.
That is the end of... point of order, Jen Croft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 21st of May at Business Questions, the Honourable Member for Newark asked a question relating to the murder of my constituent Henry Nowak. At the time, the case against his murderer was still ongoing. The member for Newark gave numerous details of the crime itself, including accusations that had been made by the now convicted murderer. I'm led to believe that matters subject to ongoing criminal cases are considered sub judice, and members should not speak about the details of such cases due to the risk of prejudicing proceedings, and in the worst case scenario could cause a mistrial. Can he imagine the impact that would have had on my constituents to have had to go through the trauma and horror of a trial only to have to go through it again because a politician had been impatient and reckless? I would be grateful for your advice, Madam Deputy Speaker, on how members should conduct themselves when wishing to raise matters that are sub judice, and whether the member for Newark owes an apology to the members of this House who have abided by this convention, respecting the family's right to justice, and who he has repeatedly castigated online, and if indeed he owes an apology to my constituents who themselves have refrained from publicly giving voice to their justified horror at the initial police response until the trial has concluded, to make sure that their loved one could receive justice.
I thank the honourable member for giving notice of her point of order and understand that she has indeed informed the member for Newark in advance. The House's sub judice resolution is a significant self-imposed restriction on freedom of speech in this House. Its purpose is to prevent prejudice to individual cases and to preserve comity with the courts. As she notes, the clerks in the table office are always happy to advise members on the sub judice rule and its application to proceedings. It is, however, ultimately the member's responsibility to avoid infringing the sub judice rule and to exercise freedom of speech responsibly. Point of order, Carla Lockhart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and apologies for not giving prior notice, but it's pertaining to the answer that was given to me in the previous session. Could she advise if records can be checked from the front benches as to whether or not this House discussed and debated the murder of the 3 little girls in Southport before the murderer was sentenced, and also in the case of Sir David Amos, because I believe both were brought to this House before the murderer was sentenced?
The honourable member did not give me prior notice of her point of order. First of all, the chair is not responsible for the content of the speeches or the contributions made by back benches, let alone the front benches. I do not have the information to hand about those 2 particular issues that she's raised, but no doubt the clerk can provide that information in a moment or two whilst they look up that research or that bit of information that she so requires. As the member will know as well, the government is responsible for the statements that they bring forward to the House. Now, if that is the end of the points of order, I'll allow the front benches, if they wish to shuffle over. Everyone else should leave the chamber if they wish to do so very quietly and very quickly. Mr. Philp, are you leaving? Are you staying? Mr. Philp, are you... Go. Wonderful. No, of course. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, has many that please say aye?
Aye.
Of the contrary, no? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Armed Forces Bill, Committee.
Now.
Order. Order.
Armed Forces Bill.
The debate will take place on the proposition that Clause 1 stand part, together with other clauses and schedules stand part of questions, and the amendments and new clauses that have been selected and are grouped together. I remind members that in the committee, members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker. Please either use our names when addressing the Chair as Madam Chair, Chair or Madam Chairman are also acceptable. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill, and I call the Minister, Minister Alkens.
Madam Chair, it's a pleasure to be speaking to the Armed Forces Bill before the Committee of the Whole House today. I'd like to start by again placing on the record my thanks to the members of the Select Committee for their thorough and constructive consideration of the bill and for the publication of their extensive special report. There are a considerable number of amendments and new clauses before the committee today. In my opening remarks, I will jump straight in and speak first to the amendments in my name, and then I intend to focus principally on the other amendments that seek to amend provisions already contained in the bill. I will then endeavour to address as many of the new clauses as possible in my closing remarks after listening to the points raised in the debate. I will give way.
Thank you. I apologise for interrupting so early, but before he gets into his stride, I'd like to place firmly on the record that yet again we're debating this very important piece of legislation, which is materially important to the care of our armed forces. There is no Reform Member of Parliament in the chamber. Does the Minister agree with me? There's a massive irony that these plastic patriots love to wrap themselves in the flag, but they can't be bothered to turn up in Parliament today to debate the fate of those who serve to defend it.
Interventions are made and taken by those who wish to take them, and we need to make sure that interventions and the speeches today stay within the scope of the debate. Minister Alkens.
I completely agree. Full patriot. I support patriotism, but I make sure that I practice it. By not being here today, we're demonstrating that individuals don't necessarily live up to those standards. Amendments 8 and 9 bring the Greater London Authority, combined authorities and combined county authorities within the scope of the Covenant duty, alongside those local authorities already listed in the bill. These bodies exercise functions in policy areas covered by the bill and should therefore have regard to the Armed Forces Covenant, just as other local authorities do. The amendments simply add them to the list in Clause 2. They do not create new functions or impose new outcomes. I'd like to remind the House that the new duty will expand from 3 to 12 policy areas and already has 14,400 covenant signatories, which is a prime example of patriotism across society today. I will give way.
In moving the amendment to include the Greater London Authority, the Minister puts a focus in my mind on the fact that whereas this bill applies the Covenant to every to all local authorities in all parts of the United Kingdom, except the district councils in Northern Ireland. Why is that? Why is it that the only councils to be excluded from the ambit of the Covenant are those in Northern Ireland? Why has the Minister not moved an amendment, I having previously raised this with him, as to include those councils as well as those throughout the United Kingdom?
Minister Kent.
I've continued to engage with the devolved administrations about this matter. I strongly recommend that the district councils buy into the Covenant and abide by it, accepting the nuances within Northern Ireland and how they practice, in some cases, the Covenant around some of the security arrangements with armed forces personnel and charities. Amendments 10 and 11 focus on defence housing, extending the existing powers in Clause 3 of the bill so the Secretary of State and the Defence Housing Service can acquire land through compulsory purchase not only in England and Wales, but now also in Scotland and Northern Ireland. I'm going to make way just for a second. Historic UK-wide powers exist, but these powers are not fit for purpose as a modern power of compulsory purchase. New powers are sought for this exact reason. Importantly, in the case of Defence Housing Services, these powers will only be exercised with the authorisation of the Secretary of State, ensuring proper oversight and accountability. I'll give way.
I thank my honourable and gallant friend for giving way, and he's making an excellent speech, and I apologise for so many interventions quite so early on, but I wanted to put on the record my thanks to him for the work he's done in supporting housing for veterans. He will know that I previously worked for a homeless charity in Harlow, where we had a number of veterans that needed support in this way. But would he also recognise that, as well as the massive upgrade that this government is providing for veteran housing, it's really important that we also think about supporting veterans with their mental health, particularly PTSD, to ensure that they can continue with those tendencies in the long term.
Minister.
I'd like to thank the member from Harlow for his continuing championing both veterans, cadets and all of his constituency. There's recently been 12 million gone into reducing veterans' homelessness, and of course the Op Fortitude programme continues to run, trying to get as many veterans into housing as possible. Amendments 51 and 54 ensure that Crown status is retained for defence housing and other critical property assets. In the event that they are built or bought by the Defence Housing Service, this will ensure, for example, that service living accommodation remains outside of the scope of housing and tenancy legislation that would indeed otherwise apply. I will give way.
I thank my honourable and gallant friend for giving way. He's talking about the support that this Labour government is giving to veterans and improving their housing situation. In my own constituency, the East Sussex Veterans Hub provide really valuable support for local veterans, and they have just received a £500,000 grant to scale up the work they're doing and convert disused office block accommodation in Hastings Town Centre into supported accommodation for over 14 veterans, which is amazing. So will he join me in paying tribute to the work that the East Sussex Veterans Hub do, led by Bernard Stonestreet? And could I extend an invitation to him to visit the East Sussex Veterans Hub, where he will be pleased to know they've built a full-scale flight simulator where you can come and simulate Operation Black Buck, which I know they'd be delighted to welcome him to.
Minister.
As an ex-Marine, I've never been known for flying, but I would love to come and visit the East Sussex Veterans Hub, and it always amazes me when you go around the country, whether it be Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales or England, where you find these little examples of just pure community spirit that help our veterans out. And importantly, the flight simulator, whilst it may be fun, also helps people learn critical skills and get them back into work. And I'd like to thank Bernard in particular for all of his hard work, and if I can come and visit, I most definitely will. I'll make way ever so slightly. Amendment 48 means the Defence Housing Service provisions comes into force on royal assent, ensuring no delays in standing up the Defence Housing Service as early as April 2027. I will remind the House that Defence Housing Strategy plans 9 in 10 defence houses will be modernised or upgraded for our family personnel. 40,000 across the entire estate. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, with over 10,000 refurbished or replaced over that period. I will give way.
Giving way, and I'm sure he would also like to pay tribute to the work of a library in and around my constituency, which does great work for service veterans. However, will he ensure that we don't give the false impression, and that is to say that veterans are all homeless and have mental health problems, because nothing could be further from the truth. And the great majority of people leaving our armed forces happily are well sorted in their lives and are in robust mental health, which is important, since we need to attract people to join our armed forces and our reserve forces, not deter them or put them off.
Minister.
I'd like to thank what was a really useful point and observation. First of all, to support the work going on with his constituency within the library of doing an amazing job, and I think they might have recently received some Valour funding for that, which is a part of a programme really trying to change the initiative, how we look after veterans. And then to your second point, I'm a firm believer that veterans do, when they join the military, they contribute to the most important function of government, which is to protect our people and our nation. And then when they leave, they go on to contribute to the economy. Because actually a large percentage of veterans, when they leave the military, go on to thrive across all sectors of civilian society and deliver above and beyond. There are a percentage that need help, and there are a smaller percentage that need lots of help, and that's what we've got to focus on. That's what Valour is really there to do, and I'm sure over the next couple of years it will absolutely deliver and readjust our mechanisms for looking after veterans across society. So the service justice system looks at amendments 57, 59, 66 and 67, relate to the point raised by the Director of Service Prosecutions at the Select Committee. They ensure service protection orders can be made by a service court in relation to a service offence, even if the person has left the armed forces. Amendments 80 and 84 make provision for the post-service management of service stalking protection orders in Northern Ireland. They ensure that such orders can be effectively recognised, enforced once an individual leaves service. Amendment 30 provides for service restraining orders to be enforceable as equivalent orders in Scotland and Northern Ireland in certain circumstances. New Clause 4 introduces a new power for service courts to make a service image deletion order. The new deletion order will enable the service courts to require offenders to delete and destroy any images or films in their possession or control that are connected with specific offences and which depict a person in an intimate state. Amendment 31 removes the limitation of the powers to search and seize electronically tracked stolen goods without a warrant being applicable to relevant residential premises only, and instead applies the broader concept of relevant premises. This is any premises occupied or controlled by a person subject to service law or a civilian subject to service discipline, but are not necessarily occupied as a resident. It's worth noting that across both sides of the House, since 2021, we've created the Defence Serious Crime Command, we've created the Witness Care Unit, we're going to move forward with Tri-Service Complaint System and putting in place the Violence Against Women Girls Task Force to improve the standards and culture within defence. Turning to Amendments 33 and 34, which make small but very important changes to Clause 25. Clause 25 will require the Secretary of State to issue guidance to help a victim reach a view on their preferred jurisdiction. The Select Committee highlighted the importance of victims receiving information in an objective and impartial way to help them give an informed view. The Government recognises that need, and Amendment 33 reflects that. This amendment also ensures the needs of the victims and the circumstances of the events are taken into account in providing that information, and that the appropriate record is kept of that information. Amendment 34 adds the Lord Advocate to the list of consultees, which ensures that she is consulted when the Secretary of State issues or revises the new guidance. Amendment 37 extends the provision in Clause 29, which requires a disclosure of spent cautions for the purpose of administrative action. Cautions are not issued in Scotland, as in England and Wales. This amendment means that Clause 29 will now apply to spent alternatives to prosecution issued under the Scottish justice system. Moving on to reserves. Amendments 38 and 39 remove the 18-year recall liability for other ranks. This is simplifying and unifying the liability for all service to 65 years. This change is significant. It aligns with our NATO partners. Germany and Finland both have similar liabilities, while France has also just announced a similar increase to age 70. Aligning policy with NATO partners ensures effective cooperation. It strengthens our collective defence, and it improves joint response to shared threats. Further simplifying the reserve liability is fundamental. It enables us to create a clear and modern framework that is easier to administer, easier to explain, and will enable the MOD to plan more effectively for workforce requirements and defence readiness. These amendments also ensure greater compatibility with a new workforce model, or zigzag careers as we're calling it, provided for by Clause 31 of this bill. We want to encourage a much more flexible working approach that mirrors civilian society, allows people's careers to be more flexible, but it's difficult and complicated to calculate exactly when the 18-year liability should start for people who might move between the regulars and reserves and potentially back again. We need assistance. We will.
I thank the Minister for granting his intervention. I just wanted to bring up the topic of the strategic reserve and welcome the introduction within this bill. But I just want to clarify how the strategic reserve will be paid for. Will it be paid for via separate funding, or will it come from the money already allocated to pay for the active reserve in the MOD budget?
So as the honourable member will know, there's a multitude of different reserves in the system, different liabilities, different pay, different pensions. Indeed, I've often described it as a sort of spaghetti junction of different policies layered on top of each other over the last 60 years. This is the first move to simplify that and to simplify the funding mechanisms and recall processes for it. So by removing the 18-year liability, we simplify it around 65 years, which creates our ability to zigzag those roles within the military, where you can leave, rejoin and leave again, depending on your personal circumstances and the liability available within the armed forces.
On that point, will my honourable and gallant friend give way?
I will.
Thank my honourable and gallant friend for giving way. This weekend, I received my recall notification nearly just over 2 years after leaving the military, and I managed to update the details that were kept within it at the same time as I have been presented with nearly 60 pages worth of forms to complete just to move into reserve or to take on a reserve service commitment. So would my honourable and gallant friend agree with me that there is some way to go, and that this amendment perhaps should speak of reserve movement between reserve forces and regular forces rather than the other way around?
There's exactly one of the reasons why creating this amendment and other provisions within the bill. In the past, you had to leave the regular forces to join the reserves and leave the reserves to join the regular forces. We want to create a seamless transition, which will reduce the 60 pages of administrative burden that you've had to fill in, to a much more seamless transition between regular and reserve service, actually mirroring some of the other nations across the world that do that quite well. The reality is we need a system that is fair, that is equitable, and does not discriminate against anyone who wishes to exercise the flexibility. It's also worth noting in this geostrategic environment what this will provide the UK. It will likely take us from 95,000 in strategic reserve that could be mobilised up to 150,000 over the next 10 years, which is a significant step forward. All other government amendments that have been tabled in my name are either consequential to the amendments I've just covered or are minor and technical that simply improve the drafting of the bill. I will now turn to opposition amendments. I will now address the amendments in groups 2, 3 and 4. Now, I'm aware that the Minister for Veterans and People recently met with the Right Honourable Member for Raleigh and Wickford and the Honourable Member for Solihull West and Shirley to discuss the concerns behind some of these amendments. We continue to work across government on the best way to address these issues in practice. The better route is not a rigid statutory fix, but practical improvements through existing systems. The Covenant Legal Duty statutory guidance already gives public bodies a flexible framework to take account for the particular challenges service families face when on the move. Let me be clear. Considering the statutory guidance, supporting the duty is not optional. Once it is enforced, public bodies subject to the duty must have regard to it in their decision-making and their policy development. Special education needs, adopting and fostering, and NHS continuity are exceptionally important issues, but they're not well addressed through rigid legislation. The systems are different, the legal frameworks are different, and the decisions involved often depend on professional judgment, safeguarding, or clinical need. A blanket duty to transfer plans, arrangements, or treatment automatically could create confusion, cut across devolved responsibilities, in some cases delay the support families need. Our focus instead is on improving continuity and delivery so service families get better support without unintended consequences. Turning to Amendment 88, which would require the sector of state to review current practices for communicating with former service personnel about their armed forces pension entitlements. The MOD maintains a comprehensive and ongoing programme of communication with both serving and former personnel, supported by established governance, regular data analysis and targeted engagement activity. The Department already monitors take-up and traces unclaimed entitlements 60 working days after pension due date, where a positive address has identified individuals are contacted. This approach has resulted in over 10,000 pensions being brought into payment. Mandating further statutory assessment would add process without delivering meaningful additional insight, diverting resource from the delivery at time when focus is rightly on implementing pension remedies and strengthening frontline pension support. Amendment 89 would require the sector state to review current practices regarding the transfer of armed forces personnel's medical records upon their transfer to the reserve forces. I'd like to reassure the House that no transfer of military healthcare records is needed when transferring from the regular to reserve service, because Defence continues to hold and manage the healthcare records for reservists in the same electronic system, which will also be simplified with some of the amendments I mentioned earlier to the reserve forces. It's worth noting that we send out 425,000 quarterly digests to those receiving pensions across the system. Amendment 90 seeks to make sure that all investigation and prosecutions of service persons for sexual offences and domestic abuse in the UK take place in a criminal justice system. Since the prosecutors' protocols were published in 2023, there have been no cases where a victim wanted trial in the criminal justice system, but the case was instead prosecuted in the service justice system. The amendment would, however, override the victim's preference. I'll say that again. The amendment would, however, override the victim's preference in cases where they prefer the service justice system. This risks increasing the victim withdrawal rate in civilian police investigations, which for adult rape flag cases in 2024 was 59%. The withdrawal rate for the Defence Serious Crime Command was 24%. The amendment could furthermore lead to the loss of erosion of the golden hour, evidence and safeguarding of victims, as there is no duty on civilian police to accept the case. A case-by-case approach that takes into account the views of the victim is better. Clause 25 therefore strengthens the provision of information to victims when asked for the preferred jurisdiction. This will help prosecutors take into account the victim's view when making a decision on jurisdiction. Amendment 5 would extend eligibility to sit on a court-martial board to retired officers. However, the Government does not consider the amendment necessary, nor would it improve the current arrangements. First, there is no shortage of eligible board members. The court-martial already draws from a broad and sufficient pool of eligible personnel. In 2025, for example, 447 service personnel were sworn for 263 trials, and there has been no difficulty in constituting boards. Second, it is important that board members bring current knowledge and practical experience of the latest single service policies, procedures, values, and indeed standards. An individual who has left service, even relatively recently, may no longer be sufficiently connected to the pace of change across the service. Now, I recognise the valuable contribution that veterans continue to make, but service on a court-martial board is not appropriate and means of drawing on that experience. It's also worth noting when we're court-martialing higher rank, there are over 331 one-stars in the British military, and therefore ample opportunity to sit on court-martial boards. I will now turn to Amendment 1, which would ensure persons undertake vital civilian work to be exempt from a recall order under new Section 69 Alpha of the Reserve Forces Act 1996. Section 73 of the Reserve Forces Act already provide powers of exemption to recall. This existing provision allows the Defence Council to, by regulations, exempt individuals from or relax recall liability in total. Amendment 6 aims to increase the readiness requirement for reservists in Army Reserve Group A from 180 days to 90 days. I'd like to reassure the House that all Army readiness levels are subject to annual review. To effectively fulfil its obligations, the Army must review and adjust readiness levels across all elements of its force, responding to evolving demands of the nation. It is essential that Defence maintains the necessary flexibility to respond swiftly and appropriately to changing threat levels. Embedding such provisions in primary legislation would impose rigid constraints, creating an obstacle rather than a suitable mechanism for setting and reviewing readiness levels. Hopefully, I have given the necessary assurances and would ask that these amendments be withdrawn.
Mr Martin, are you hoping to contribute today? Do we just have the pleasure of your company? Marvellous. I'll call the Shadow Minister, Mark Francois.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I beg to move amendments 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 and new clauses 1, 2, 3 and 6 in my name and that of my honourable friends. I should like to say a little about each of these amendments and new clauses in turn, but also to refer to new clause 5 in the name of my honourable friend from Huntingdon, and to say at least a little about the multiplicity of government amendments that have just been tabled, and in particular Government Amendment 54 on the proposed Crown immunity for the Defence Housing Service. By your leave, Madam Chairman, I propose to speak to the amendments first and then to refer to the new clauses a little bit later on in the debate, so as not to try the patience of the House with an inordinately long speech. Turning to the bill itself, I hope that we have collectively done the House and indeed the Armed Forces a service in our scrutiny of the bill so far. Is the Armed Forces Bill Select Committee, most of whom are here now, we held 7 oral evidence sessions on the bill's contests, as well as a fact-finding visit to the Defence Serious Crime Command in Fareham and to Defence housing sites at Ermsworth, near His Majesty's Naval Base Portsmouth. As a committee, we also received 47 pieces of written evidence and heard in total from 42 witnesses. Having held these evidence sessions, we then went through a detailed process of line-by-line scrutiny of the bill itself and produced our subsequent report to the House, which was published on the 29th of April. So the bill has already had quite a detailed amount of scrutiny, but it's quite right that a measure of this importance is now being debated in its committee stage on the floor of the House, and again, I reiterate my disappointment that Reform don't regard these proceedings as important. I'm sure the rest of us do. That's why we're here. Certainly.
The Honourable Member for Rayleigh and Wickford for giving way. I would also like to reiterate the fact that there aren't any members here from the party led by the member for Clacton. in particular because so many of the local authorities that are responsible for implementing the Armed Forces Covenant are led by that particular party. So it is even more grossly incompetent that they are not here to listen and to learn.
Can I reiterate the comments made by the Chairman of Ways and Means earlier, that it is not in scope of this bill, that their point that the Honourable Lady has raised, and indeed others have. So perhaps it would be best if we moved on. Mark Francois.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I won't cut across your ruling, but I do nevertheless wholly agree with the Honourable Lady. Can I then say, during the process of the bill so far, we in His Majesty's opposition have sought to act as critical friends to the bill, agreeing with the government where we think they've done the right thing and probing them where we think that perhaps they could have done better. The government has now tabled some 81 new clauses and amendments in toto. Many of these, as the Minister said, are relatively minor or technical drafting improvements, but some of them are quite substantial, in particular relating to the proposed new Defence Housing Service and the Service Justice System. I'd like to ask the Minister a specific question about the Government's proposed Amendment 54, the essence of which is that where property held by the Defence Housing Service is to be treated as property held on behalf of the Crown, the Defence Housing Service should have the same immunities, privileges and exemptions in respect of holding that property as would apply if it were property held by or on behalf of the Crown. It would be helpful if the Minister could explain to the House exactly what that means in practice. Specifically, if this amendment is to grant Crown immunity to the Defence Housing Service, which is what the wording implies, how would that affect the ability of armed forces families to raise complaints about the standards of their accommodation? As the Minister will recall, we spent a lot of time in committee debating the future operation of the Defence Housing Service, and the Minister stressed on several occasions his wish to raise standards, and we took him at his word. So perhaps he could reassure the House there's nothing in Amendment 54 that would impede that process, which would make it in any way more difficult for military tenants who are dissatisfied to see their needs addressed. Turning now to our own amendments. Our Amendment 1 relates to those people who might be eligible to be called up as reserves but who also perform work which is vital to defence in their civilian employment. During the Second World War, people in such a situation were generally referred to as working in reserved occupations. The essence of this amendment is that the Secretary of State should be able to define via regulations certain categories of civilian work which will be classed as reserve occupations and therefore should be able to exempt people in that category from being mobilised. We still believe that that is a practical suggestion, but I take the point that there is already some power on the statute book that will allow ministers to do that. So I think we're halfway there. So I won't therefore be minded to press this amendment later this evening. The Amendments 2 and 3 refer to the topic of service personnel with children who have special educational needs or SEN, and also the related matter of service personnel who wish to foster or adopt children. Both of these amendments are based on one of the two key principles of the Armed Forces Covenant, namely that those in the Armed Forces and their families should suffer no disadvantage as a result of their decision to serve their country relative to those in the civilian community. As honourable members from across the House will no doubt know from their own constituency casework, it's sometimes quite difficult for parents of children with special educational needs to achieve an education and healthcare plan, or EHCP. In some cases, the length of time to complete this process can vary considerably between different local authority areas, but times of between 1 and 2 years are by no means unusual. If one therefore takes an example of some service parents who are based, say, in Tidworth, and who had managed to achieve an EHCP for their child from Wiltshire as their local education authority, but were then transferred by the military to Catterick Garrison in North Yorkshire, the risk is that they will then have to start the EHCP process all over again. Anecdotally, in some cases, service parents have left the armed forces in order to protect that EHCP for their child, rather than risk the delay that might be incurred by having to go round the loop all over again if they were transferred for operational or other reasons. So, in short, they put their children before their service, and I think anyone could understand morally why they might have made that choice. Yes, of course I'll give way.
My honourable friend, for the honourable member, for giving way. He's making a very powerful point, and hopefully something I can expand on as the chair of the Armed Forces Community APPG. This is an area that we have worked extensively with the Department for Education on, and we have made sure that, or I hope to be able to sate the concerns that you've raised as a result of the work that the honourable member raised in my response. But does he recognise that this is SEND policy should fall under the DFE, and the point of the Armed Forces Covenant is that we can leverage over the Department for Education and not place that detail in this bill?
Madam Chairman, there has been a leak because the honourable gentleman has clearly had access to my speech. But perhaps I could. He's put a lot of work into this, so perhaps I could meet him halfway with what I'm about to say. There are, in fairness, DFE guidelines already in existence which can facilitate the portability of an EHCP from one LEA to another. However, and this is the crucial point, that is by voluntary agreement, and there is no guarantee that if service personnel are transferred at the behest of their commanders, the LEA into which they will move will accept the EHCP on transfer. Therefore, the essence of the amendment is to ensure that the process does take place, rather than leaving it as a matter of discretion for the receiving LEA, who themselves might be under considerable pressure to meet the demand for SEN support. If I could just make the point on adoption and fostering, and then, of course. Amendment 3, which relates to adoption and fostering, is similar in spirit and means that those service personnel who've begun the fostering and adoption process under one local education authority would not have to go back to the back of the queue, as it were, if they were to transfer to another. So the spirit of both amendments is the same. Of course I give way.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way, and I just wanted to place on record my thanks to the Shadow Minister and to the work of the APPG and others on this. I have constituents I'm very proud to represent, Wheaton Barracks, who have had to make that choice because of the postcode lottery that the Shadow Minister refers to, that it's down to the LEA's discretion as to whether they accept that transfer or not, and that is such an important point, and I thank him for making that.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and he's bearing out the point that there are real-world examples of where this has come into play, and he's done the House of Service by reiterating that. Now, the Minister for Veterans and People kindly met with myself and the Honourable Member for Solihull West and Shirley last month to discuss whether or not the government might be able to do more on this subject. And in fact, the Minister referred to that meeting in his remarks a few minutes ago. During the meeting with the Minister for Veterans and People, we made the suggestion, and here's the leak, that given the announcement in the King's speech there was going to be a new bill on the whole topic of special educational needs, one way of achieving this aim might be to include a provision such as this in that bill, in a DFE bill, rather than an MOD bill, but which would still, at the end of the day, achieve the same desirable outcome. Now, the Minister undertook to us she would go away and look at this, including potentially in consultation with colleagues from the DFE. I have to say, more in sorrow than in anger, having received her subsequent letter of yesterday, I was extremely disappointed in its tone. And this was, frankly, a classic civil service boilerplate reply that bore very little relation at all to the discussion that we'd actually had in the Minister's office. So I can only ask the Ministers look at this again perhaps in the context of the new DFE legislation that I